What really matters is that Cory Booker has spent 25 hours filibustering on the Senate floor. And for those of you guys who are not in the know, all right. And this is a legendary event, just mainly because we have all been questioning the competency of the Democrats, and also because Cory Booker has broken the previous record, previously held by a person who was a segregationist, who held the floor for 24 hours. So Cory Booker broke the world record by 1 hour. All right, that's how long the thing was. So it's better to have somebody better hold the floor of the Senate, I think, rather than a virulent racist. So yeah, he brought tears to my eyes twice. Brilliant orator. He is a brilliant orator, and you can't even stand like 1 hour. Like I bet you can't even stand 1 hour, without becoming tired, let alone having a speech for more than 30 minutes to an hour. All right. To have a speech on your feet for more than 24 hours is magnificent. Okay. It's beautiful. Because right now the Democrats do not have power. So really they have to do all that they could in order to bring attention to the media, right? So, that's just like, that's a big part of it. Guys, please like the stream. Yeah. Cory Booker's 25-hour speech. All right. Okay, let's just briefly watch Brian Tyler Cohen's short video on it, 8 minutes. All right. And yeah, let's just move on from this subject, okay? Canuck, Ranja, welcome.
For more than half a century, a senator named Strom Thurmond held the record for the longest speech on the Senate floor, 24 hours, 18 minutes. But importantly, he held the Senate floor for that amount of time because he was speaking in opposition to the Civil Rights Act of 1957. This man was so hell-bent against the prospect of equal rights for all Americans that he stayed on his feet for a full day and then some. And that record lasted for nearly 7 decades until today, when Senator Cory Booker, a man who Strom Thurmond specifically wanted to deprive the right to be standing on the Senate floor, would beat that record and take his rightful place in the history books. And here's what I think is the most important point here. Because the reality is that despite Cory Booker's best efforts, not much will materially change from yesterday to today, and that's owed to the fact that Democrats are in the minority and have very little tools at our disposal. We can't pass legislation, we can't block much of Trump's agenda, and so at a moment where we can do so little, what we need, what I have been begging for, is for our elected officials to stand up and show some fight. To let us know that they are willing to think outside the box, to show up, to get into good trouble, as John Lewis says, necessary trouble, as John Lewis says, and that is what Booker is doing right here. Knowing that we've got a base desperate for our elected officials to show some fight, Booker knew that he couldn't pass legislation, he couldn't block legislation, and so he put his literal body on the line. He stood up there for over 24 hours. He didn't stop talking for over 24 hours. He didn't use the restroom for over 24 hours. In a moment where we are desperate to see our elected officials meet this moment.
No, okay. I actually tire of this entire it's useless, it's symbolic or whatever speech, okay? Because it's exactly rhetoric like this that makes us lose. Because part of the battle is capturing the media's attention. That's a big part of the battle. Yeah, and I think it's won. All right, so it's good. Canuck, nothing against you, by the way. Okay, nothing against you. I'm just saying, in general, people refer to this whole entire thing with, "Oh, it's useless. We don't have the numbers, right?" I'm pretty sure Chuck Schumer has said something like that. "Oh, we don't have the numbers. We can't get the respect of the Republicans, right, or whatever." Fuck Schumer. Okay, all right. The battle is not just with votes. Okay, it's with votes, and it's supposed to be capturing the media's attention, all right? Because not everything should be about Donald Trump, okay? Not every single piece of news should always talk about, oh, Donald Trump did this, Donald Trump did that, right? Because by doing that, Donald Trump captures the attention of the media and he wins the battle that way, okay? No worries, we don't do this in Canada. Yeah, okay, all right, never mind. Okay, your opinion is irrelevant. I'm kidding.
This is what that looks like. But yeah, the reality is that this matters. It matters for an electorate that is desperate to see some fight. And if you've watched my videos, you know that that's been the drum I've been beating for months. I know that I speak for so many of you in saying that we need to see our elected officials meet this moment with the urgency that it deserves. And if they can't do it, if they won't do it, then step aside and make room for people who will. I am tired of not just watching Republicans defeat Democrats, but even worse, knowing in advance that Republicans are going to defeat Democrats. The two sides are playing two completely different games. They're playing two different games in the media, in the White House, in Congress, and behind the scenes. And yes, it's unfair. It is unfair that they can lie with impunity. It's unfair that they can break the law. It's unfair that they can manipulate the media into this asymmetric coverage that we've become accustomed to. But I'm tired of pointing out that it's unfair. And I am desperate to actually do something about it. We need fighters, we need brawlers, we need people who are willing to get dirty, people who will stand up and speak out and get Americans activated and engaged, taking to the floor for 24 hours and more to talk about the ways in which Donald Trump and Elon Musk have run roughshod over our democracy is Booker meeting this moment. And I hope that his colleagues in the Senate and the House see that not just as a noteworthy accomplishment, which it is, but the bar. This is the bar. What are the rest of you going to do to reach that bar? Are you going to put your bodies on the line? Are you going to protest? Are you going to go out there and get arrested? Are you going to figure out how to break through in this media environment? Are you going to hold town halls in deep red districts? This isn't about doing the bare minimum. It is about doing the absolute maximum at a moment where history requires it. Because our democracy is at stake, and so history quite literally calls for big swings. To that end, here's the moment that Booker actually broke the record and the message that he was looking to send.
I'm getting close to a record, folks, but there's a room here in the Senate named after Strom Thurmond. To hate him is wrong. And maybe my ego got too caught up that if I stood here, maybe, just maybe I could break this record of the man who tried to stop the rights upon which I stand. I'm not here, though, because of his speech. I'm here despite his speech. I'm here because as powerful as he was, the people were more powerful. But I remind you, all those people who believe like me that we've got to redeem the dream, turn again to John Lewis, because you all know the story, my colleagues, of when the man that beat him savagely, drew blood, cracked bones. Decades later, he was a congressman. That man brought his grandson with him to ask for forgiveness from John Lewis. I heard about this story when I was in the car in Georgia with him. What did you do, John? This man that so viciously beat you, wounded you, bruised you, battered you. What did you do when he came to ask you for forgiveness? What did you do? And a good Christian man of faith, simply said, every one of us needs mercy. Every one of us needs redemption. I forgave him. I hugged him. We wept. And I looked at the boy. This nation needs you too.
And finally, the moment where he realized that he secured his place in the history books.
John?
Would the senator yield for a question?
Chuck Schumer, it's the only time in my life I can tell you no.
I just want to tell you a question. Do you know you have just broken the record? Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
When was the last time you ever heard the Senate like go like that? Like I don't think I remember the last time somebody had a fucking Senate speech like erupt in like loud applause and cheering. It's great. Okay, it's good to see. Yeah. The reason, and forgive me for being sentimental here, okay? But like the reason why this is also significant for me is because I don't remember the last time in a few weeks where I actually felt like patriotism for my own country, which fucking sucks because every single other countryman, in their own respective country feels a lot of pride for, being Canadian or for being French or for being German or even fuck it for even being Ukrainian and Russian, you know? But I can't remember when I go like, oh my gosh, this country is fucking fantastic, Um, and yeah, like I felt that today, and I'm like, you know what? You know what? This is pretty epic. Okay, this is as Asmongold would say, it's pretty. There it is, guys. There it is. Canada is becoming more and more relevant to Trump. I stand there beside him. If it takes Trump down, when we take you over, we will be spared and get free healthcare based. Okay, based. Also, I'm pretty sure if Trump does actually try to annex Canada, that Canada would actually go to war. That's what I actually think. I legitimately think Canada would go to war for its own territory, even though the odds are against them. I think that even though there's no standing army, Canada would literally just grab guns right off the streets on purpose to do it. Like they will actually just straight up do it. And I don't think they'll be alone, because once Europe sees Canada going to war, they'll know that, Greenland is next and so on, until both Russia and the United States encompass the entire, like, huge region of the globe. So ultimately, I don't think people will just simply let it pass. I think people will literally fight tooth and nail in order to have Canada's sovereignty, right? I would yield to the Mounties. Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies.
Also, for the record, you should be fighting. Why? Is because you really think that a Trumpian ruled land would let you vote? Do you think you would have any representation whatsoever? You guys would become like Puerto Rico. You guys would not have representation in the government, right? You guys would not have any kind of, you would have all the taxation, but none of the representation. All right? You guys are going to be treated like any other U.S. territory that isn't a state. Okay? So, yeah, of course. Like, yeah, you guys would just be another Puerto Rico.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
But yes, you should fight.
Ladies and gentlemen. Order.
Which, again, raises the question for the rest of the Democrats in that room, the rest of the Democrats in the House, the rest of the Democrats in the states, the rest of the Democrats looking to run for office. What are you going to do to meet this moment? Don't just view what Cory Booker did today as an accomplishment, view it as a challenge, and show us that you're willing to meet that challenge and get out there and fight.
Wow.
Before you go...
That's epic. Okay, cool. Awesome. Splendid. All right, guys. Okay, if you guys want me to react to anything, feel free to drop it in the fucking Discord channel. Discord server channel, whatever. All right, but yeah. 51st means for the next 20 years, you would have the Democrats in power in the greater U.S. Well, yeah, right? Like, if Canada does become the 51st state, I mean, there's a silver lining to that, right? Like, it would become the most liberal. It would become more liberal than California. Period. It would become more liberal than California, even though California still would have a higher economic output than Canada, technically. Okay. But But yeah, it would never be a state if it was ever taken over by Trump. So you guys better actually physically fight with guns and bullets, okay? That's that's the reality of it, okay? So yeah. Okay, guys. Okay, fuck it. You know what? We're gonna go through another Corey video, okay? All right, 14 minutes. 14 minutes, okay? 14 minutes.
Tonight at 7:19 p.m. Eastern, Senator Booker broke the record for the longest speech
Rachel.
ever given by a United States senator. The previous record was set by arch segregationist Strom Thurmond, who tried to filibuster the Civil Rights Act in 1957. That speech lasted 24 hours and 18 minutes, but it included things like him reading from the encyclopedia and him taking a bathroom break. Senator Cory Booker did nothing like either of those things.
Wow.
Tonight, Senator Booker blew past Thurmond's record. He spoke until 8:04 p.m. for a total of 25 hours and 4 minutes.
Would the senator yield for a question?
Chuck Schumer is the only time in my life I can tell you no.
I just want to tell you a question. Do you know you have just broken the record? Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
Wow.
That was the moment when he broke the record, but that was not the end. He then kept going. The whole time, Senator Booker was not allowed to sit down or use the bathroom. He did get help from his Democratic colleagues who took turns overnight and all through the day today asking Senator Booker questions. That still did not mean Senator Booker could sit down, but it did mean that for the time they were asking their questions, he could stop talking for the length of time it took them to pose a question to him, whereupon it was time for him to start talking again.
They were trying to give him a break, okay? Everyone needs to go watch Mr. Smith Goes to Washington as part of American education to help explain how important this is. I never watched that. Maybe I'll watch that in my free time or whatever. Because, yeah.
At the start of his speech at 7 p.m. last night, Senator Booker referenced the late Congressman John Lewis, civil rights icon, a mentor to many Democratic lawmakers, including Senator Booker. Congressman John Lewis famously advised getting into what he called good trouble. Senator Booker began his stand by saying that's what he intended to do. He began by saying he would disrupt the normal business of the Senate for as long as he was physically able, because he sincerely believed the country was in crisis. Senator Booker started last night. He talked all night. He was
Some
still
messages
at it
are always relevant.
when we woke up today, delivering on his promise to disrupt the status quo any way he could.
It's enough for me. 12 hours now I'm standing, and I'm still going strong because this president is wrong.
Ooh,
and he's violating principles that we hold dear, and principles in this document that are so clear and plain. The powers of the Article 1 branch are spelled out, and he is violating them. A Congress that is being too complicit to an executive that is overstepping
oh my God, I'm about to stop streaming on Kick just to stop seeing these messages.
And hurting people
Fuck off.
who rely on health care and Social Security. When is it going to be enough? My voice is inadequate. My efforts today are inadequate to stop what they're trying to do. But we, the people, are powerful. We are strong. God bless America. We need you now.
You can watch the whole
God
thing
bless
nonstop.
America.
No.
If you love her, if you love your neighbor, if you love this country, show your love. Stop them from doing what they're trying to do for almost 20 hours. We have laid out what they're trying to do. 20 hours. I want to stand more, and I will, but I'm begging people, don't let this be another normal day in America. Please, God, don't let them take Medicaid away from 10, 20, 30, or 40 million Americans.
Oh, don't know, 10 bucks is not enough.
Let them do it. This is our moral moment. This is when the most precious ideas of our country are being tested, where the Constitution, and the question is being called, where does the Constitution live? On paper or in our hearts? It is time to heed the words of the man I began this whole thing with, John Lewis. I beg folks to take his example of his early days where he made himself determined to show his love for his country at a time the country didn't love him, to love this country so much, to be such a patriot that he endured beatings savagely on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, at lunch counters, on freedom rides. He said he had to do something. We need that now from all Americans. This is a moral moment. It's not left or right, it's right or wrong. Let's get in good trouble. My friend, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Joining us now for his first
Wow.
TV interview since his record-breaking speech in the Senate, Senator
Let's
Cory Booker
go.
of New Jersey, the new record holder for the Senate's longest ever speech. Senator, how are you?
I'm definitely hurting a little bit, but I'm feeling strong in spirit and grateful to so many people who allowed me to tell their stories on the Senate floor and
What the fuck?
who were there for me, from the parliamentary staff to my colleagues. It was a long 25 hours, but I'm feeling a lot of gratitude.
Staying up 25 hours for any reason is a trying thing physically. What was different about the experience of it than what you...
I honestly think it's good that Corey showed up on Rachel Maddow's show, just mainly because I know MSNBC has been receiving less support. Well, in terms of like they had to cancel a bunch of shows. So, you know, the fact that Corey showed up when the clout level is so high for him right now is important.
You
Yeah.
anticipated. I mean, you
think-
stood by your fellow Senator Chris Murphy 9 years ago when he did 15 hours. He described that today as a solidarity or a sympathy filibuster, and that you stood with him during that time. So you've experienced some of the pain of this before, but A, you're 9 years older than you were then, and B, this was a lot longer. How was it different, and how much were you prepared for?
You know, I was grateful to Chris. He and I talked about it before, and I at the end tonight, I said, our balance sheet's not equal. I now owe you 10 more hours. I stood with him, and I really wanted to see if I could stand for as long as he and I were going to go. And he was successful that day in getting concessions from Mitch McConnell to have votes on the Senate floor around gun
Shouldn't
safety.
he go to sleep?
Unfortunately,
Hello?
common sense gun safety then failed. But
Is he gonna get any
for me,
sleep?
it was an experience that stuck in my mind. I could do 15 hours without going to the bathroom, even though my legs really hurt over those 15 hours. Both of us talked about how our feet hurt. And so when my team and I decided to do this, we just said, let's take some risks. Let's go out there and see how long we could last. And to be candid, Strom Thurmond's record always kind of just really irked me. That he would be the longest speech, that the longest speech on our great Senate floor was someone who was trying to stop
hopefully,
people like
maybe
me
copy.
from being in the
Actually,
Senate.
no, because then you have to go to
So
the bathroom,
to
right?
surpass that was something I didn't know if we could do, but it was something that was really, once we got closer,
So know
became more and
anything,
more
yeah,
important
it's
to me.
very impressive, honestly.
You used that phrase, take risks. You said repeatedly over the course of this filibuster, this speech, that you're motivated to do this by your constituents essentially challenging you to come up with something, to do something more than you thought you comfortably could
Wearing a diaper?
do. Can you tell us a
Maybe.
little bit about the decision-making process?
But
that you
that's
went
so
through
impressive,
about
right?
deciding
Even if
to
you
do
wore a
this? Obviously,
diaper.
you kind of
I
kept
would
it
wear a
under wraps. You
diaper.
prepared
Fuck
with
me.
your staff.
I would do
But
it too.
Nobody publicly knew you were going to do this until you started it.
No, I do really credit constituents who are impatient, who are demanding, who are scared, who are angry, and very understandably taking that anger out on Democrats who have to take some responsibility for being where we are in American history right now. And so the more I
If
thought
you shined
about it
out,
with my
people would have
team,
noticed.
especially
People would notice
after
the smell,
the
for sure.
decisions
Yeah.
we made revolving around the continuing resolution.
Big trouble.
I've been
yeah.
working so hard with my colleagues trying to get them to engage in social media, put more of their heart and spirit out there. They're doing an amazing.
I can't believe he's still able to speak coherently. I think that part's also impressive. God, dude, I'm just like simping for this guy at this point. Like I'm actually just straight up simping for this guy. Like the fact that he has done something like this is kind of insane in my opinion. Yeah.
They've almost quadrupled their numbers of engagement online. I've got colleagues opening up TikTok accounts, and but I suddenly realized that I've just got to do something myself. I've got to, try to prove worthy for my constituents that I'm willing to step out and step up in some way, and hopefully be able to share their stories that were.
Like, isn't what he has done kind of why the rest of the world follows America around before all this Trump madness, is because of like what you can do for your country, like what you can do for politics, and in order to show that you care. Like it's like I think what Corey did today and yesterday is exactly the kind of America that, American allies and American countries have, just kind of always admired about America, right? Like, isn't this like patriotism? Like, is this not patriotism? Is this like, are you not entertained? Right? I know I'm entertained. I think it's epic. I think it's cool. All right. I think this is like something out of a fucking movie, right? This is not like, I mean, it could have been a part of a movie. But yeah, dude, fuck it. I'm simping for this guy. Fuck it.
So hurtful, and to read from my staff, people rendering their most personal stories about their fears or what's happening to their families. And so my staff and I said, let's try to bring those voices to the Senate floor. Let's see how long you can last. They're demanding something different. This will certainly be different. And I think that a lot of that energy from the folks that I've been seeing in Jersey and across this country really helped carry me through.
I don't know if you are conscious of how much this caught the attention and caught the imagination of the American people. I know that you're not using
and you did it without
electronic
resorting to
devices
reading
on the Senate floor. You're not watching
Dr. Seuss. Is that what the previous person did? Fuck me, dude. Also, not only that, can I say something else? Is that like, is that? Oh God, fuck. I forgot what I was gonna say. Never mind. I'm a fucking retard. Okay. Never mind.
your
I forgot what
TikTok
I was
numbers
gonna
and
say.
your YouTube numbers and the C-SPAN contemporaneous viewing numbers while you're there, because you
Never
can't
fucking
be.
mind, I
But
guess.
every time that I checked any form of media by which you could be live monitored, there were no less than tens of thousands of people watching in the same place.
Oh yes, I forgot to say yes. So so when I first saw that he was doing something like this, he had like 20,000 concurrent, 30,000 concurrent, 40,000 concurrent, somewhere around that, right? By the time he ended, okay? By the time he ended, you know how much he had? It was like 180,000 on AP. That's more than I thought. I thought it was like 140. 180 on AP, and on his own channel around the same amount. So in total 400,000 live concurrent viewers on YouTube alone. And I think even more on TikTok, right? Like how many concurrent viewers did he get on TikTok? Like, that's so unhinged. Like, I feel like Corey is now officially the biggest streamer, the biggest political commentator. Admin Gold, come
I
on,
was in that
catch
moment.
up.
What you've done with everything else that's going on with this administration and the horrific cuts of 10,000 people fired today from the nation's health agencies and all these other things. This is the biggest story in the country right now. You have captured people's attention for 25 hours. And I'm wondering, for people who were moved by what you did, either among your Senate colleagues or just people who watched you from home, what do you hope they might do differently if they're moved by you and they feel the same sort of spirit that caused you to do what you did?
Well, I hope that we're all served to be ignition points for each other. My constituents.
If I was a Republican and I actually had some balls instead of having like a fucking like a Republican neo vagina for Trump to like pierce through, I would say something like, "Are we the bad guys? Are we the bad guys, guys? Are we the bad guys?" I'm beginning to think that we're the bad guys.
The letters, the calls,
but
the demands
they'll
were
never
definitely
do
an
that.
action point for
They'll
me.
never
But
do that, dude.
we've got to continue
Are we the
to
baddies?
ignite
Yeah.
this movement. The only thing that stopped Donald Trump from tearing away the Affordable Care Act was the engagement of tens of thousands of Americans who didn't think they would become little lobbyists or activists or come down to
Marco
the
Rubio couldn't ever
Capitol or
do something
protest
like
in their
this.
communities. You know, Rachel, you and I have known each other a long time, and I've been listening to your show more regularly. I'm so grateful that you're doing this first 100 days. And I love how you start every show by showing what other Americans are.
Rachel is so happy by that. Rachel is so happy. She's like, oh my gosh. You listen to my show? Ooh, ooh. Ooh, sorry, too much.
They're not waiting for us in Congress to lead. They've decided to take matters into their own hands and do something different. Those people were demanding to me to catch up, to try to do like they're doing. This is really about folks leading from their hearts and deciding I'm not going to just let business as usual go on in my life. And so I'm hoping that this is one part of a larger effort that tries to stop them from doing what they're about to do later this week or next week. I have not, I've sort of stepped out, checked out for this 24 hours, but they're going to try to push through a bill that's going to gut $880 billion from Medicaid. They're going to try to put forward to a bill that's going to give tax cuts to the wealthiest in our country, disproportionately trillions of dollars, and all that, and they're going to still blow one of the biggest single president deficits into our national economy, into our national debt. It's outrageous. And we have got to try to stop them in the same way that the people of this country were able to get good conscious Republicans, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, John McCain, to change their votes and stop him from doing it. Well, we need to move 3 members in the House, I think, and 4 members in the Senate, and all of us have to be a part of that. We can't sit back and do nothing.
I'm listening to you and I hear you, but I am also outside my body a little bit, marveling at your cogency right now. I know that, I don't know if you know that you are still making sense, but you're still making sense.
Yes.
And your sentences are still properly structured.
Yes, he still makes more sense than Elon Musk and Donald Trump combined after 25 hours of whatever the fuck happened. He is still making more sense. Dude, Elon Musk and Donald Trump could wake up on a good day and they would sound like drooling vegetables compared to Cory Booker after 25 hours of filibuster. Okay? This is what I'm talking about. This is literally what I'm talking about, okay? Like, Donald Trump and Elon Musk waking up on a good day would make less sense than Cory Booker after 25 hours of filibustering. It is so shameful how, like, downgraded the speech bar is for the fucking American president, for the United States of America, right? To the point where this 25-hour filibuster senator is basically took the king of coherency, right? Like he is basically, he holds the crown of coherency upon his head. This is it. He is the coherent king. All right, like the fact that he can even sound coherent is shell shocking. It just goes to show how serious he is in order to combat Trump, right? The fact that Trump and Elon Musk, you know, don't have to speak well at all in order to do the horrible things that they could. Meanwhile, this motherfucker, after 25 hours, is still trying to protest these motherfuckers, right? Yeah. And he's not some kind of young lass, okay? He's not like a 20-year-old. He's not like a 30-year-old. Like, how old is him? Right? If you're old, shouldn't this give you hope? He's 55 years old. Okay, guys. Guys, you guys have no excuse anymore, okay? He's 55 years old. He's 55 years old. Come on. See, this actually makes older people feel young, doesn't it? Doesn't this, like, actually make you guys feel younger? Like, for those of you guys who are, like, older in the chat, around, like, your 30s and 40s? Like, doesn't this make you feel kind of young? If this 55-year-old can do it, fuck me, dude. Like, dude, what the fuck?
And it's starting to feel like
Yes,
a,
he's
a
55.
superhuman thing. I'm mindful of how much of your
Still
additional
feeling
energy
heat.
I'm
Yeah,
taking
fair
right
enough.
now. Am I right that you wear one of those rings that monitors your vitals?
I do. My staff was telling me we had to look at what it says. So I opened it up, and it gave me nothing on a sleep score because my heart rate was pretty damn high after
Oh
about
my
4 or 5
God.
hours, a little bit high. That's concerning. So there are definitely some physical things. I'm feeling it now, and it's the first time I ever did an interview with you where I got to sit down, and there's a man here I've known for
I'm 57,
years. And
no idea he was that age.
I almost
Yeah.
kissed him when he gave me this seat to sit down. So I'm grateful.
Well, Senator, as I said, what you have done
Wow.
has captured the nation's attention, and I think captured the moral imagination of this nation in a way that you were really demanding with what you did. And so I don't know what the outcome's going to be.
Is Homie doing an epic 25-hour? He finished.
You never know what the outcome's going to be of these things. I do know
He
that
finished.
if you don't do it, nothing's going to happen.
Exactly.
And so I wish you rest, and I think you should get checked out by a doctor, and I think you should hydrate, and I hope you get people to leave you alone for the next few hours.
Thank you so much.
People have died of exhaustion. Like, people have actually passed out and died of exhaustion.
My friend, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You get me? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was wildly impressive. I am wildly impressed. Okay, like, consider me wildly impressed. Okay, I'm wildly impressed. Okay, not mildly impressed, wildly impressed. Okay. He's one guy. He didn't sit down. He didn't sit down. You guys realize that, right? He didn't sit down the entire 25 hours. Like, I don't think you guys realize how crazy of a physical feat that was. Is this how filibuster? No, usually for filibuster they take turns. If you know that, like, people take turns. Like people go, people swap in and out. But this was a one-man filibuster. I mean, like, some of the Democrat politicians tried to help him out because they realized what he was doing, and they were like, you know what? I have a question to ask, but I'm going to turn this question into an essay. So obviously, you know, they had to help out a little bit, but like, it was all him pretty much. Almost everything was him. Where's the part where he says, "I yield the floor"?
So I want to. He said documents that those imperfect had some very special words in America.
Here, let's watch the end again.
With a vision that inspires, with hope that starts with the people of the United States of America. That's how this country started. We, the people. Let's get back to the ideals that others are threatening. Let's get back to our founding documents, that those imperfect geniuses had some very special words at the end of the Declaration of Independence. It was one of the greatest in all of humanity declarations of interdependence. When our founders said we must mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. We need that now.
By the way, I just want to say, like, the entire time he was like, I mean, I don't want to be too dramatic, okay? But I would even wager he was risking his life. You really think a 55-year-old could do something like this, much less a 20-year-old? Like, this was a feat. Like I would even say he put his life on the line, right? Like, okay, seriously. Okay, I know it seems like I'm exaggerating, okay? Seriously, but come on. Like, can we be real for a second? Really? Is it too crazy to think that he's not putting his life on the line? Really?
From all Americans, this is a moral moment. It's not left or right, it's right or wrong. Let's get in good
You
trouble.
guys suck. I'm kidding.
My friend, Madam President, I yield the floor.
And over there who caught Molly for 3 days. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if he's on Molly, okay?
Madam President! Madam President! Thank you to the pages. Thank you to the parliamentarian staff. Thank you to the clerks. Thank you to the doorkeepers. There are so many people that make this place special. I kept you up all night, kept you up 24 hours. I just want to say thank you. Thank you, everybody.
What was the goals for the filibuster? To get media attention, to raise awareness. Because, yeah. Like, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, you can't just let Trump dominate the fucking 24-hour news cycle forever, right? Like, that's the point. The point is that you just can't let Trump do this. You can't let Trump, like, dominate the 24 hours news cycle at all. Like, it's not good. Because no matter if he's doing something negative or positive, every single time he, like, does something outrageous, and the fact that he dominates the news cycle, the more powerful he becomes. Because now every single time it's a negative news, right? Now his supporters will think that's positive news. So the thing is that you can't just have Trump dominate the news cycle for 24. Like, this is why it's important to dominate the media for once, for, like, in the opposite direction, right? Like, because it shows that you can actually do things without you can do things without having the majority or the legislative right. I mean, legislative power to do things. Yeah. Who's you're gonna be my main news source now? Okay, that's a lot of pressure on me. Okay. Republicans clear he is using drugs provided by the Biden regime. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the problem, right? Is that, you know, again, Republicans are they have no morals. Okay. If it's true that Cory Booker watches Rachel Maddow, right, for free, like, I'm sorry, not for free, for, like, in his free time, I genuinely think, yeah. Trump spent today whining about Canada, nobody cared, and that's good. Do you guys see now? Do you guys see now how liberating it is to have Trump outside of the fucking news cycle? Like, it's important to not have Trump part of the news cycle for even just 2 hours. Like, fuck it. Like the news media is just covering Trump like 24/7. It's unhinged. I mean, I cover Asmongold for that long, but, like, that was a joke, okay? I've seen none of the Higgs covering this, although I don't follow a shit ton of politics people on YouTube. No. This was big. No, this was big. I'll be surprised if you didn't hear about it if you, like, actually follow these people. I mean, if you don't follow these people, then of course you're not gonna hear about it. That's normal. That's fine. But, like, no, this is I saw this. Actually, Tree of Logic did seem to actually cover this. Fair enough. Alright, guys. Okay, let me just explain the situation. Okay, so Francesca was a TYT commentator that was inside the TYT network, and apparently she has left TYT, and she was also kicked out of TYT. Why was she fired from TYT? Was apparently because she was criticizing Cenk Uygur for being a right-wing grifter or trying to appeal to the right wing right now. Either way, okay? It's raining outside right now. It's really peaceful. It's nice. And now we have Majority Report, who is adjacent to TYT, and Sam Cedar himself on the Majority Report was a former TYT commentator. All right, he's a former TYT commentator, so, you know, it should be pretty interesting hearing his insight into things. Okay, so let's just take a look. Also, oh fuck, I want to take it back. Never mind. I don't actually think Cenk and Anna are actually grifters. I think that they are just in this weird transition state before they have any, you know, established thoughts about where they're gonna be.
And Cenk came to me and he said, but he wasn't my employee. He wasn't
Employer.
or employer
Yeah.
or employee or any of it. And Jane came to me and said, what can I do to tamp down this feud with Jimmy Dore? And I was like, fire him, because his politics suck.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I think Jake accused me of wanting to call him names. I had a problem with Jimmy Dore on his TYT show saying it didn't matter if Peter Thiel was on the Supreme Court. And then subsequently, when I invited him on to discuss it I was very measured about it until he started acting like a jackass. I said, hey, dude, we could end up with Donald Trump appointing 3 Supreme Court justices.
Yeah.
And Jimmy's response was, oh, we could also have the moon fall into Lake Michigan.
You're trying to manipulate me with fear.
Exactly.
Right. And I think Roe v. Wade was also the subject, and that was basically him saying that it's more likely that the moon falls into Lake Michigan than Roe v. Wade gets overturned, and look what happened.
That was back in the day when he acknowledged 3 Supreme Court justices as a bad thing.
Right. Yes. I mean, sort of vaguely. And that was it. Cenk wasn't reprimanding me, because if Cenk had tried to reprimand me, I would have told him to eat my arse.
Right.
There was no reprimanding. I don't remember when we left TYT, but it was basically when we decided, like, I don't need them to optimize anymore. It wasn't because he fired me, because I was calling Jimmy Dore
I didn't even catch that.
garbage or whatever it was. They were upset when we left, because we were just paying them money for stuff that we didn't need to really do. This guy, like, where are this guy's principles? I mean, I remember, like, the first argument we had on air was about Bill Clinton back in the, 2008 or 7, because he thought that Bill Clinton was one of the good.
Wait, so Cenk is traditionally, like, for keeping Google together, I'm guessing, and Sam is calling him inconsistent?
Democrats, because when Bill Clinton was in office, he was literally a Federalist Society member, a Republican and lawyer. Now, I love converts,
really
and sometimes they have the zeal of converts, but over time, if you are untethered to some type of, like, fundamental ideology, what happens is when you hire people, for instance, you don't even know what to look for, because you don't have that yourself. And so you can hire people who walk in and go, like, oh, these are the principles I believe in. But if they can't articulate them in a way that hits your understanding of why you have these beliefs, they could turn out to be a Jimmy Dore,
Right.
or a Dave Rubin,
Right.
or an Anna Kasparian, or a Michael Tracy,
Brianna Wu.
or a Brianna Wu,
Who's still on the payroll, I guess, but not Francesca.
Ben Glebe.
Yeah.
or
Ben Glebe.
Ben Glebe. I mean, all these things can happen.
Yeah. Right. Or honestly, I think you can also see it reflected in the way you treat your employees, right? Like with the efforts to bust the union.
Oh my God, the union busting was so gross.
It was. And even at the time, I received a call from somebody high up in the network asking me not to speak publicly about it. I was young. I kind of have regrets about that I should have spoken up a little bit more publicly, but I was also not making too much money and trying not to rock the boat, but it was a part of the decision that I made, to leave. But it's also, I think, kind of evident in the way that.
Okay, so did TYT actually try to bust unions?
In a monologue criticizing Francesca, who never, that there were opportunities for them to hire her full time, to give her benefits, to value her labor. And instead of doing so, they just kept her on as a contractor.
Yeah, of course, yes.
She took a check from them, sure. But then to make a whole show out of banning her from the network and doing this video about somebody who has very little power. You are the employer. She is the employee. She's the contractor. And to throw her under the bus like that, especially when her show has like a fraction of their subscriber count, I really do think it speaks to the workplace environment that's becoming more and more evident for people here.
And I will say, like, this is the going to be the last segment that we do about this kind of drama. I suspect it won't be the last segment we do about their takes.
Right.
Because literally every other segment we've ever done about them has been about a take.
Right.
Majority Report never do any kind of introspection. They can never be wrong. I mean, like, it's one of these things where I'm not sure how seriously I should take Sam Seder and his crew, because I'm not sure if, like, for example, if they have a union, like, I'm not sure if Sam Seder would also bust that union, right? Like, I mean, they're not big enough. They're not big enough to have a union in the first place. But, you know, like, who's to say no on standing on their own principles, right? Like, I'm sure, like, because I don't know whether or not Majority Report is also has their own hypocritical moments, right?
That TYT was selling its email list seemingly covertly to the Biden campaign in 2020. So this
Like
guy,
the exact thing that they accused us of doing.
yeah,
That's the point that I find.
Isn't that interesting?
Listen, I don't like. Again, I'm not judging that practice. We don't do it because I personally find it annoying to like sign up for one.
Okay, so what they're saying here is they don't have a problem with the email list being sold. They have a problem with them being hypocrites by accusing the Majority Report of selling their email list when they're actually the ones selling their email list. Am I getting that correctly?
Thing and have it be sold to somewhere else. And so we don't do that. We'll put an ad from Sunset Lake in, you know, in like the AM Quickie, but
Seems like it.
that's a newsletter that we sign up and we have advertisement. But I would never sell the email list to somebody else because then it's out of your control and God knows where it ends up.
let alone
Now,
to a political campaign, because we're supposed to be a show that's independent of the
Listen,
politicians that we're trying to be critiqued.
I would run if
Nah, fuck it. No, stupid take. Stupid take. Ignore. Stupid take.
if Bernie's campaign came to us and said, will you do a whole email about how Bernie's great? I would say yes.
Probably, yeah.
But I'm not going to give you my email.
Dude, Emma fucking flip-flopped in like 2 seconds. Bro, fuck. I didn't mean to close it. But yeah, Emma just fucking flip-flopped in 2 seconds. You can't make this up.
Email list.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give you my email list.
Right.
I mean, they disclose it here, but it's interesting, their disclosure. Go to the next page. This is the Biden.
This is the screenshot from 4 or 5 years ago now.
Yeah, 2020. But here's it down at the bottom here. You can see like the above advertisement for Biden for president has been sent to you via the Young Turks email list. At TYT, the bulk of our funding comes from you and other TYT fans. Now, that's also a lie. The bulk of their funding came from Katzenberg, certainly by 2020.
Didn't go to employee raises or bonuses or anything like that. I wonder where it went.
And that's what allows us to maintain our independence as an alternative media outlet. On occasion, we forge partnerships with select advertisers as a source of additional. We do not share your information with advertisers, and the views expressed in this email do not constitute any endorsement or recommendation by the Young Turks. I mean, like, it's hard to trust it when they're like sort of being a little cagey about the $20 million investment they had in there. Now, I don't begrudge them that either. I don't have those kind of ambitions to become, like the world's largest, like that's not
right.
Just
we just want to do our show the best
a matter
we can.
of taste.
Yeah.
But the problem is with taking money is that sometimes if things go sideways, that money becomes a source of pressure and you start to do things that is really more about that. This is when the flights to El Salvador took place, Cenk had a tweet that was like, I think we should be removing these things, but you need to listen to a court.
The criminals,
but we need to be listening to a court. We are not in an era where parsing things this thinly is in any way effective. When you do that, you are obscuring what is the fundamental issue here. That flight would not have been right, even if they were unable to get to a court to enjoin them from flying there. Nothing about that flight was right. Nothing. There was no due process. You don't know who's on that flight. When you start having to do if, to justify the actions of an authoritarian, administration, you have lost the thread.
Right.
And they're going to keep doing this. And they're going to keep talking about Max left. And I'm not going to go on the stage with Dr. Phil because he's a Nazi. Well, listen, Dr. Phil is not technically a Nazi, but he is out there like, I'm going to do everything I can to promote going around with him.
The point was never the fact that you went on Dr. Phil in the first place. The point has always been going on Dr. Phil and looking like a bitch, right? It's like what Francesca said. You go on Dr. Phil, you better be ready to fucking fight a battle, right? You better be ready to go, Dr. Phil, I don't think you're a dumb person, but I think like you're rich, okay? You benefit from Trump's tax cuts. So obviously, your opinion seems to be pretty skewed towards the Trump direction. And I don't think you're doing enough research. I don't think you have enough introspective. I think that, you're like this, just don't look like a bitch. That's fine, right? Like that's the part where I agree with Francesca. Like I don't mind Francesca. Like, sorry, Francesca's not perfect, okay? Like for example, Francesca thinks like fucking Messi should be allowed to participate in women's sports, okay? Because she doesn't believe in gender differences in sports, right? She doesn't believe in that. But regardless, I'm not going to deny, sometimes some opinions are just also retarded, I guess. I don't know.
Immigration officials show everybody how dangerous these people are. I mean, I'm not saying that she was in coordination with them or whatnot. I get the sense that like she's taking her cues maybe from some of these people or whatnot. I mean, hello. Totally. Yeah. I mean,
she has some friends,
but
some friends on the right.
I don't care about Jenk's sort of motivations. I don't care about her motivations. Again, this is, I think, the only one that we've talked about, sort of drama or whatnot. I don't care about that shit. Honestly, I don't. I have a million other things to think about. But we're going to push back on bullshit that comes from.
Okay. I don't think it should ever be shameful to admit that you're into politics when you primarily cover drama. And I don't think it should be shameful to admit that you're into drama when you're primarily into politics. Like either way, right? Like isn't politics just drama and drama just politics? Like they're both hand in hand. If you're talking about, oh yeah, I'm in the community of fucking knitting baskets, then we're talking about something that's different. But politics and drama goes hand in hand constantly. This is something that's normal. I don't think this is something that should be looked badly against. There's still a difference. Like I'm not going to deny that there's a difference, right? But I think they're kind of intrinsically tied with one another, right?
There, in the same way that we push back on bullshit that comes from Dave Rubin, bullshit that comes from Jimmy Dore, bullshit that comes from Ben Shapiro, bullshit that comes from no. Do we see every clip? No. Do we have the ability to see all that stuff? No. But that's what we do. That's one of the things that we do. And so when they are pushing some type of bullshit narrative, we're going to call that out. And to some extent, there's more of an investment for us to do this because we still probably share, although it's increasingly small.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's probably going to say they still share an audience, which is technically true, I think. I think that's right. I think they do share an audience. Like obviously the people who watch the Majority Report are gonna be around the same fucking people who watch TYT, right? Like maybe not fucking Brian Tyler Cohen and TYT, maybe that's not the same. And maybe it's not David Pacman and TYT, maybe that's not the same, right? But like Majority Report and TYT are both progressive left-leaning YouTube channels and shows that have been doing their shit for many years. They're like veterans in the space, essentially, right? So yeah.
An audience. As they move further to the right on not every topic, I know there's this notion of like populism and it's so blinkered and whatnot. But, and I guess as we move max left.
Yeah. And we also don't claim to represent the whole left, which is the straw man that Cenk uses there. Because
well, it's a little bit of projection there, because he feels a little bit territorial, and a bunch of people like Zateo and us are moving in on the TYT.
Only I represent the left. But like, it is, I think, unfortunate, because we're going to have to call that out, because they have over 6 million subscribers. I'm not sure how many people are, watching, but like, that's a huge base of people who may tune into politics kind of casually, and they subscribe, maybe they're kind of center left or liberal or whatever, with the impression that this network was a progressive one. And so when you hear the parsing about trans rights, or when you hear right-wing talking points about immigration like we just played,
I will again say, like, I hate this entire talk with like trans rights and stuff like that. It's very clear that it was like the conservatives who brought on the topic of transgender people in the first place, and now we just like can't fucking dig ourselves out of it. Like it's always a fucking losing issue optically. It's always a losing issue optically, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Okay, it's not. Listen, if you're gonna be helping out people, just help out people privately. Like, fuck me, dude. Such a losing
that
issue.
has the capacity to maybe change the minds of some people in their audience who are not necessarily that tuned in. And our project is to try to get people to be more educated, to learn about left-wing ideas, and to build our country in a more positive direction. And that's why, if you play Dave Rubin games,
you know what? I'm just gonna say, I think Destiny has done more for politics than TYT and Majority Report combined. You know why I say that? I say that because at least Destiny interviews Democratic candidates, he organizes canvassing efforts, his entire audience goes out and knocks on doors constantly. Like, when was the last time these people knocked on doors, like, at all? Like, they're just a bunch of progressive losers, right?
you win Dave Rubin prizes.
I also just want to say one last thing that they keep touting. In 1965, there was a Gallup poll in February of 1965 where
which one are you referring to?
There's a Gallup poll in 1965 where there was you saw where I lost that figure. Well, I guess the point is that in
compared to TYT, do more because you actually tell your viewers to go vote. Well, I mean, it's not just that, right? Like, because this entire thing with, oh, I'm just trying to spread more awareness about politics is a cope. I think that's a cope. I think what's actually effective about politics is getting existing voters to go out there and vote. That's how you do more about politics. It's almost never going to happen that you're going to get enough people to get out there and vote with people that are traditionally not voters. It's way better to get people who have voted before in the past to vote once again, to be on your side. That is the best way to do things. Like, this entire thing with, like, getting young people to vote or trying to get, like, these progressive audiences to vote, like, good luck with that. Like, That's not happening unless you're attaching parasociality to your movement, right? Like, unless you're going like, hey, by the way, here's your chance to meet us, right? Then in that case, it's understandable. It's like, okay, shit, you know, like these people really want to meet you, right? Like they kind of see it as like fucking Destiny Con or some shit, right? That's different. Trying to get Hassan viewers to vote is a neck pain.
In the United States, we have a history of polling being against civil rights at certain junctures during civil rights.
I have one here that I actually have saved on my desktop that the views of MLK during his life. In 1960,
in the center and in the left and in the Democrats are voting based upon trans women in sports is so baby-brained. Aside from the fact that, like, you could say like 80% of people don't want trans women in trans sports.
The mistake here is engaging in this topic in the first place. That's where the mistake is. It's not about having a position on the topic. It's falling for the trap. That's what the mistake is falling for the trap that the right has set for you, because conservatives want you to debate about this topic. Conservatives want to blow up things like this topic. Don't give it to them. It doesn't matter if you have an affirmative or a negative position on the topic of transports. The entire thing is a diversion to the erosion of our democracy. Ultimately, they're deporting people to El Salvador for slave labor, and you're here arguing about transports. Hello? Like, this is not it.
Is wholly irrelevant if it's like the 30th thing they're voting on or the 21st thing that they're voting on.
Yeah.
And this is aside from like even the moral argument of civil rights for everybody. As a purely political matter.
Oh no.
The idea that you would flip on this stuff because of polling makes you look like a weak-ass bitch.
Yep.
It is the Josh Marshall bitch slap theory of politics, which is why Democrats were so at the mercy of George W. Bush. Is because if you can't stick up for what you believed 2 years ago, how you...
We don't even... Bro, more people in this country are probably sexists than not sexists, all right? Much less thinking about boys turning into women, right? Like... Do you know how much misogyny we have in this country? It's insane how much misogyny we have in this country. Like, we haven't even begun to solve that issue yet, and we're talking about, like, trans sports. This is why you shouldn't be fighting on the conservatives' turf. You should be fighting on issues that people at the table are talking about. Like, oh, my gas is too high. My inflation is too high. I mean, it's as retarded as you think, but like the more you attribute that to Trump, the more you're winning the fight, probably. Why the fuck are you talking about trans sports?
You're going to stick up for me.
It's Kamala Harris style.
Yeah.
And
or what Newsom's doing right now.
And it communicates a weakness.
Oh my God.
It communicates a lack of belief and sincerity when you say, well, the polling is this way. I mean, I can understand the idea of like a strategic.
Bro, what are you on about? I think a fully honest politician is an ineffective politician, okay? And ultimately makes for a worse politician. I think standing on your principles is some gay ass shit, okay? that doesn't get anything done.
Logically, do we want to introduce this legislation now
I'm sorry.
versus later? But I'm sorry. It is detrimental to your electoral ambitions as a party to abandon civil rights for people because
Again, the trap is talking about the issue in the first place. You shouldn't be talking about it in the first place. You fell into the
there
trap
is
already.
To change polling just by sticking to basically their core messaging. And if we
Well, no. They're able to influence shit because they blow up issues, and then morons like Emma and Sam Cedar are amplifying these issues to become more important than it actually is. Because if we're just talking statistics here, right? Who cares about trans people? What the fuck? Do you know how many people out there haven't even met a single transgender person IRL? Hello? Like, how many transgender people do you think you saw IRL? Probably none. Most people would say none. Right? So, why are we talking about it? It's useless. Standing on principles helps you optically. No, it doesn't, actually.
had an equivalent on the left,
I
then
wish-
we
I
wouldn't
wish that
have
was
to be
true.
worrying about this
I
kind of
really
thing. And
wish
the
that was
fact
true.
that they're even engaging in this and letting polling lead their principles as opposed to principles.
Like, I'm sorry, but the reality of the situation right now is that people don't care if you flip-flop on issues. People don't care if you are a hypocrite. If you're a hypocrite, people don't give a fuck. Okay? I'm sorry. This is just the reality in politics right now. All right? So, no, you shouldn't, like, fuck it. If they're willing to be hypocrites and win elections, why the fuck should you be consistent about it as well? Like, fuck it. Get with the times, old man. I know 2 trans people, if you would excuse me. Yeah, you're special, okay? You rescued horses off the streets. That's not
Leading
the same.
their political analysis, I think, kind of says everything about the state of that network.
I mean, part of it's a skill issue. They don't want to have to stand up for principles when times are tough. 'Cause
Not
that's a hard thing to
skill
do.
issue.
Yep.
No.
All right, that went on far longer than we had anticipated. That's the other thing. We don't spend hours doing clips and getting clips to do a big monologue on this. I didn't even think we were going to talk about this today.
I got a text from somebody saying that the dude opened his show with it.
Today?
Yesterday, the dude opened his show with a half-hour monologue that made Francesca look amazing.
It was uploaded
Oh, boy.
1 day ago. We put this up.
This is their best viewed video in quite a while.
Their best viewed video,
Oh.
yes. Jack explains why he's removing a contributor. Go to wide.
Oh, yeah, we
A
watched that
contributor
one.
from TYT Network. That's 250,000 views. And the comments, I would say, is the first one. Francesca's
Wait, this is not cut off. We can't see it on our screen.
Oh,
Just zoom out a little bit more. Yeah. I mean,
pull it up so we can see the comments. Pull it over. There.
Matt, can you go to top or change sort by?
Bro, we're just destroying this.
Yeah, top comments, not newest.
There's number one. There's a reason TYT has lost so many subscribers over the past several months and have since flatlined. Anna and Jank have taken a bad road. Glad I unsub. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Ooh, there's a us mention. Someone.
I'll say TYT is stinkier, okay? Like, technically, they are kind of stinkier, in my opinion. Then yeah. I don't know what I'm saying anymore, okay? Regardless, we're almost
Mention out to
Hassan,
us.
Secular Talk, Francesca, shout out to all those folks doing great work.
I mean, I'm genuinely.
Okay, never mind. Francesca is fucking retarded, okay? She shout out Hassan? Okay, never mind. She's retarded.
Really sorry for all the people that are having to go through the psychic issue that this is causing because people you trusted for decades. Jeez.
This is brutal.
Well, never read the comments.
Oh my god.
Is this what Anna was talking about when she's saying we're afraid to be afraid of your audience? Because ours is a lot nicer to us than that one is.
Yeah.
Whew. All right, we're going to take one phone call. I apologize. I really thought we were going to take more phone calls today. I mean, I know I say that every day.
Guys, every single time without fail, I have always regretted looking at the comment section of any anti-SJW coverage video. All right, I have always regretted it. Every single time I look at the comment section for some video covering Asmongold or covering Ref Says Desu or covering anybody like of that sort, I just go like, why did I do this? Like, why was I even curious about it? You know, like it's horrible. It's horrible. And you know, the worst part about it is that I'm not even making content out of it. I like every single time I read these comments, I should be making content out of it, right? Like I should be you know, that's what we should do today. I think we should just read some comments from some Asmongold fans and then refute them, okay? I think that's what we should do. Because they are so unhinged. Like, what the fuck? Comment sections are almost terrible and vicious and stupid. Under both woke and anti-woke. Yeah, the government ruined MMA for me. I missed the days when big sumo fighter would fight some kickboxer. What?
Calling from a 508 area code. You are the first and last phone caller of the day, but the last one of the week.
Sound like a good plan, yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Nice. My name is Vitor. I'm just calling from Framingham, Massachusetts.
From where? Framingham?
Mass.
From Framingham.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Near the old Chateau de Ville, by any chance?
That's past my age, Sam.
All right.
But sorry. All jokes aside, the point that I really wanted to get to was an experience that I had in Lynn. I was just visiting and going to a Jimi Hendrix concert, and I was smushed between this
Wait a
older
second.
lady.
You went to a Jimi Hendrix concert?
He died in the
it was one of
60s.
those- Yeah.
Oh,
nah,
shit.
it was a cover
Wait,
band.
what?
Oh,
Marcus
okay,
King.
all right.
I was going to say, and you don't know the Chateau de Ville?
No, I'm well into my 20s, but
Okay.
still an old head here.
Oh,
but
okay. Yeah, you
but
sound
to
like
the
it.
point that I was calling in for, I was sitting in between this older lady who had, we were chatting a bit, and I kind of wanted to do my own thing, just enjoy my nachos, and she goes and she discloses to me that she's a Republican, right? And
Oh my
the thing with me is
God,
my
no.
family is Brazilian, immigrated to Framingham in the 80s, so I don't appear Brazilian, but she just went on a rant about immigrants and talking about the Columbia student, claiming that she was a member of Hamas,
no.
and it was my first
What?
time really
No.
experiencing a Trump supporter who's been kind of delusional by years and years of, even dating back to Reagan, of, us versus them. And
Oh, well, they should really meet my landlord then. My landlord is just basically everything that would turn up to 500%.
it just stunk. So my 2 points I wanted to ask you guys is, one, what are
clog his
some
toilets.
tips and I guess some ways to handle those conversations when people like me encounter them? And two, I just wanted to hear your point about just, the exploitation of the immigrant community, especially with Latin American and Brazilians, providing so much capital in states like Massachusetts, but being demonized for quote unquote crimes that they are.
What did you say to her? Did you say anything to her?
I did. I felt a little bit uncomfortable, but
Well, I would imagine.
yeah, it was definitely a scenario where I didn't feel comfortable. But
I will say that living with him nearby has gotten me to be more tolerant of these people. Like, I still think they are spreading evil 100%, but I don't fucking shy away from telling him that. Like, I will always tell him, hey, by the way, I think you people are, like, not you people are crazy, but I'll take jabs at them, right? Like I said, I built my own fucking PC. Hail Bill Gates. Like, because he believes in these conspiracy theories where it's like Bill Gates is like evil pedophile, I'm sure, right? Or something. So I tell him, hail Bill Gates, because I know that would set him off. Dude, I think that if more liberals were less snowflakes and more like me, I think that we would unironically have like a better you know, leg to stand on, because when you show that you're not willing to back down from an argument, when you show that you're willing to take jabs at them, just like any conservative would, like, okay, how disadvantageous do you think it would for me to not take any jabs, but he is the only one that's taking jabs, right? Like he's the only one where he's asking me questions like, do you think trans women should belong in sports? Do you think, what do you think about transgender people in sports? Don't you see how much of a big disadvantage, like rhetorical disadvantage that is when you see the Republican taking jabs at you? Meanwhile, you're the one that's not making any jabs back, because first of all, you don't want to appear, you're like anti-conflict. You're not only are you anti-conflict, but you're also like, I don't know, like you're sensitive to these issues or whatever. Like, yeah, I'm also kind of sensitive to these issues, but like, I just wish people were more hardened in real life, you know, like, I don't know, like grow some thicker skin. Maybe it's because, yeah, I don't know.
But, you know, after, you know, years and years of watching people like you guys, Hassan, I thought I was, you know, ready to aim back, right? But I just kind of froze. So,
well,
you know,
I think in that situation, I mean, because you're first generation, right? I think you should say, like, I think, you know, you say, like, well, what do you think about me?
And once again, how is it? How do you feel if you're quiet and you freeze up? How do you feel? Doesn't it feel kind of bad? Doesn't it feel kind of bad that you never actually said anything and they're the only ones that actually said anything? Don't you feel kind of bad that your positions are not as strong as theirs? Like, don't you feel bad that, you know, you could have said something, but the only way you could have engaged them was in the shower when they're not even there anymore, and you're just like making up speeches to yourself, and you're like, oh man, I should have said X and I should have said Y. Oh my god, but I never said it because I'm too much of a coward. Like, doesn't it feel bad? Don't you want to avoid feeling bad? So say something, you know?
And get her take on you. I mean, I think like the way to influence someone in that particular situation,
this is why they
the
win.
asset you have
Stop
them
being pussies.
is that like their assumption of who an immigrant is wrong, and you have the opportunity to sort of show them that. I mean, you could say, look, immigrants, undocumented immigrants, add literally billions of dollars to Social Security, and they don't take it out because they're not legal. That their crime rate is less than, you know, that of citizens. That innovation, you know, exposure to other cultures is what spurs innovation. People being exposed to things that they don't regularly see is helpful in their development. It creates a stronger community. Mm-hmm. I mean, all of those things.
I think you need a little bit of charisma. I actually do think you need a little bit of charisma. I think you need to be witty. I think you need to be charming. And I think that you need to be able to think on your feet. Because all I know is that the landlord that I live with, he is 100% like charismatic. He's super charismatic because he's the leader in a jazz band. All right. So yeah, he's going to be fucking charismatic, you know? But the thing is I'm probably not as charismatic, but I try to be more charismatic. I try to give off the appearance of being more charismatic, right? Of being more witty, being more smug, and a bit more of a douchebag. Because the impression that he has of me in his head is like, oh, transgender person who probably is triggered by everything, right? But then when you show them anything but that, suddenly you've gained their respect, right? Like, put on a strong face.
things,
you
but
know,
I
for the
really
rest
think
of
that,
us.
like, on some level,
Donald Trump and JD Vance crash out while Zelensky crashes in. I wanted to cover this because I am passionate about politics, and a lot of my critiques on different YouTubers is very politically related. So I thought it might be good to upload more that isn't just focused on a specific YouTuber, but rather an insight into my political views and commentary. So here it is.
We look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth. But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much.
Okay, right off the bat, is it about the rare earth minerals, or is it about like honoring agreements, and realizing that Russia has essentially like fucking pretty much broke all the agreements right beforehand, right? I'm pretty sure one of the agreements for the nuclear deal when Ukraine had to give up nuclear arms was that Russia cannot aggress upon Ukrainian territory. I'm pretty sure that was like one of the things that they had to agree to. Man, I just can't imagine anyone like defending this press conference. Hello, Nolo. Yeah, but I can't imagine anyone like defending this because it's just so blatantly crazy to me, like what has gone down within the last like 12 hours, 24 hours or so. Like immediately right off the bat, he's talking about extracting rare earth minerals and not about like honoring agreements of non-aggression, right? Trump, like no other human, speaks this way. Well, I am kind of familiar with the way that he speaks because he speaks like a person who's trying to wing it, right? Like if you're in the middle of a conversation and you're trying to pretend that you know about something, you tend to throw in a bunch of buzzwords. So yeah, I think Trump is a master at that, like throwing in a bunch of buzzwords in order to fill in lies, right?
Point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their, their families, relatives.
Okay, so I think I've heard Destiny talk about this, but I actually know about this point as well. But the whole like 20,000 children thing, when I heard about it, I was like, oh wow, that sounds like genocide. Because when I did genocide research, this is actually one of the conditions. They're not both on our fairly basis. That's okay. We welcome schizos here. Yeah, so under Article 2, you can see like forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Yeah, so this is part of it. Killing members of the group, yes. Causing serious bodily or mental harm, yes. Yeah, with intent to destroy, yeah. So I mean, like, because when you transfer children, you're not just making a grab for land. Like I'm sorry, you're not just making a grab for land. When you're transferring children, you're making a case for erasing an entire ethnicity. That's why this condition is here. It's to prove intent. If you want to prove intent for genocide, then yeah, like one of these is literally forcibly transferring children. Yeah. Also, can I just say 20,000 is a lot? Like, holy crap, 20,000? Jesus.
By the way, Mr. We brought.
That's insane.
We released the 60 kilograms left and a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will share with you. And, I mean,
it's actually kind of terrifying, just how much Ukrainians have become accustomed to this conflict. Because I have seen pictures of rape chambers. I have seen pictures of people whose guts are spilled out into the street. And it's kind of crazy how one can become so used to a bad condition. But yeah. He says, well, wait, I didn't even notice the first time around. Maybe I have dementia, okay? But now that you guys have said it, yeah, you're right. I kind of expect Trump to give like some kind of Asmongold level commentary and say, isn't that crazy, chat? There it is. There it is. Just... Oh, last week 2,000 soldiers died. There it is, chat. There it is.
Soldiers.
Oh,
And
God.
we want to be able to stop it. And we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to. This is
Yeah,
a
imagine if it's
tremendous
a
amount
chat.
of money. And what the Biden administration.
Also, don't worry. We will watch we will watch Asmongold's reaction to this, okay? Because I want to make a video on that too. He's just free content, okay? Asmongold is just free content. Okay? Dude, I'm so curious, like, how Asmongold is gonna spin this. I've only watched like a tiny bit of his commentary, but not enough to make a conclusion. But I'm so curious how the hell he's gonna spin, because man, dude, just... Oh god, this is rough, dude. This is rough.
If we speak about...
To be honest, Zelensky was very unprofessional. He walked in like he owned the place, was rude to Trump and Vance, and because... I mean, you can argue that, but it's totally understandable from Zelensky's point of view, right? Like, if you're a president or a world leader and your country was under fire from another invading force, like, would you not be rude? Would you not be, like, kind of agitated or anxious, or, you know, your personality is a little bit, like, erratic? Like, I think that's kind of understandable, right? And not only that, the US has promises to upkeep. The US has signed deals where they have essentially promised that they would defend Ukraine from Russia if Russia ever aggressed.
It's going to have to make some compromises, but hopefully they won't be as big as some people think you're going to have to make. That's all. It's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a certain extent between...
Oh my god, that's... I feel like saying something like, oh, the sacrifices won't be as big as some people think that you will make. Like, I feel like that's like 100% like a really winged quote. Like, if I were up on the stage and I had to talk about a subject that I know nothing in, like, I would always just gesture to like really vague responses like that in order to seem like I know a lot about the issue, but actually I just like know nothing at all. Like, Jesus Christ, this is horrendous.
Very hostile. The second question.
My second question for President Zelensky. Do you ever? Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office. You used to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not
Really?
respecting.
I don't have
the
such.
office.
I will wear costume after this war will finish.
Did Trump promise to protect them? No, it's about... Okay. It's about whatever deal that Ukraine signed to give its nuclear weapons away, that the US was essentially a part of, I think. And then now, you know, Russia essentially broke the deal by invading Ukraine, and Ukraine has no nuclear weapons. So it's like, fuck me, dude. Yes and no, there aren't explicit USA security guarantees, if I remember correctly. Well, okay, sorry, that kind of makes sense, because otherwise, you know, Ukraine wouldn't be wanting to join NATO, right? It needs at least one of the guarantees where it's like, okay, if you aggress upon us again, you're gonna feel the full force of NATO, right? Or something.
Yes, maybe one. Maybe something like yours, yes. Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper. And yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you think Russian aggressed because they wanted to join NATO? Yes. Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons. But it's not. But that's not the primary reason. The primary reason is because Putin wants to bring back the old glory of the USSR. That's what he wants. The secondary reason is that it's not because NATO is aggressing. It's because if Ukraine joins NATO, then there's no way that Putin can take over Ukraine. This is the part where Zelensky blundered. He said when the war is finished, he will wear a suit. Then by default, he should have worn it to cement the fact that he wants peace. If anything, I think that him not wearing a suit is more real, because by wearing a suit, it just seems kind of pretentious because he's there for peace. And if you look at in all of his videos, he's never wearing suits in any of his wartime videos when he's addressing his own people. Russia plays a smarter game than the US. The US invested so much money into military tech we're never going to have to use, and Russia use global disinformation campaigns to win when outmatched. That's such a broad statement. It's much more complicated than that, and yeah. My condolences to Ukrainian suffering. We are not disagreeing about that fact. Trump himself is eager for peace for that fact because the people are suffering. I think it matters what reason why you want the peace. For example, I think that Trump wants to make a peace deal because he wants to be known as the president who is responsible for the peace deal, right? Like, he wants to be responsible for that. And second of all, he wants the peace deal because Putin essentially gets to get away with all the land that he has taken so far, right? Like, if they draw the borders right now, then essentially he is, taking land that he's won. And I don't think that should stand, because that's a very old world way of looking at global conflicts, right? I'm really enjoying this stream. Why? Huh? Is it because I'm talking about politics? I disagree with most everything Foodshops says, but I enjoy hearing the other side. Yeah. Sure.
Yes.
Part of that involved re-engaging with Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked, the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward and lead that?
Oh, I love this guy. Who are you with? Well, that's why I like him. One American is a great job. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved, because there should have been no involvement, because there should have been no war.
His own signature.
Yeah, like, I kind of understand that, right? Because if I keep on making deals with somebody and they said, yeah, don't worry, we're gonna honor the deals, and then it's like, and then it's just not honored over and over again, then why should I even try to broker a deal in the first place? At that point, it's that, like, the deals don't matter eventually. I feel like at some point, then you're like, okay, yeah, I guess it really does come down to fisticuffs, right? By the way, not going to get ahead of myself, but if Zelensky started by thanking us for the aid and giving his condolences to the fallen US and Ukrainian soldiers, it would have spoken volumes about his leadership. Okay, there is no... Sorry, I have to correct you. The US soldier... There is no fallen US soldiers in the Ukrainian conflict. There is none. Like, there isn't. It's all Ukrainian soldiers. If it was US soldiers that fell, or US soldiers that were on the ground, we would have seen nuclear missiles maybe being flown, okay? You acknowledge your allies' contribution. You're grateful they're looking for peace. He is grateful. He has said thank you for this opportunity over and over again. I think he's angry and agitated because Trump just will not acknowledge Putin's, like, atrocities. I think that's why.
This is the rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay all.
She is instigating. She really do be instigating. She's like, so do you agree, President Trump?
All money for
Jesus.
He has to pay.
The Baltics, they got a lot of... It's a tough neighborhood, too. But...
What does that mean? What is tough? Where are the Baltics? Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, they border Russia. They border Russia. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Okay.
We're committed. We're going to be very committed.
Yeah,
we're committed
Estonia.
to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have.
This girl dumb as a bag of rocks. Okay, like, if you're gonna be rude to me, then you're out. I'm still gonna take a look. Like asking for a fucking question clarification is not being dumb as a bag of rocks. But about a quarter of Americans say the U.S. is providing too much, but partisans differ. Too much says 27, about right 25, not enough 18, not sure is 20. So it would be 43. 43 versus 20. So the majority say the majority does say, like, we need to give either enough, like this is enough aid to Ukraine right now, and we need to give more.
Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize
I think this is like the primary point that Zelensky wants to hone in on in order to join NATO, right? Because NATO is afraid of Russia. That's the whole point. NATO is there, is to form a blockade against the USSR back in the day, right? Yeah, the NATO was there back then, right? Like, NATO. Yeah, 1949. Yeah, no, they formed. Okay, yeah, it was definitely during USSR time. That's the entire point of NATO, to form like a mutually assured destruction kind of line against Russia. Yeah.
That we are defending the line, and they have real life, and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also, it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further.
By the way, peace wouldn't be possible if Zelensky is so eager to join NATO. Zelensky forgot that the reason this war broke out is because Russia didn't want Ukraine to join NATO because ballistic missiles. No, okay. The whole point of NATO is to defend against Russia. Is because Russia has a history of being aggressively expansionist, right? So the whole point of NATO is to defend against Russia. So obviously, if you're a country bordering Russia that was originally part of the Soviet Union, then of course you're going to be wanting to seek protection. It's totally understandable that Zelensky would be wanting to join NATO, right? Like, for example, it's just like arguing, oh, of course the gangsters came after you because you were so eager to run to the police station, right? Like, it's essentially that same argument. You're basically saying, oh my gosh, yeah, why did you go to Mr. Cop over there? You know, like, if you didn't want to do that so fast, then I'm sorry, because you did that so fast, that's why Mr. Gangster over here shot you in the head, right? Like, damn. COG, Dems are much more likely than Republicans to say supporting Ukraine helps U.S. national security. Okay. Conversely, Republicans are far more likely than Democrats to say it hurts national security. 40%. Okay, cool. No. The entire point NATO exists is because Russia is expansionist. If Russia was a peaceful European country or something like that, like if it was like the same, then it wouldn't be, then NATO wouldn't exist in the first place, right? Like the whole reason why NATO continues to exist is because of that. Yeah, we know because Russia took Crimea. Yeah, and Crimea was part of Ukraine, so it's already expansionist. Yeah, 54% of Republicans and 21% of Democrats. I still don't get. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he lost 700,000.
I'm trying here, okay.
700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes. So,
Mr. President, when did you last speak with,
I mentioned Poland.
Mr. President, when did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was.
Okay, how could Putin suffer through the Russia hoax? How Putin isn't even American. Wait, what? The whole Russia thing was domestic. That whole shit was domestic. I don't get what the fuck he's talking about here. It's, yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money. To be clear, we have 230 billion frozen assets in Europe, Russian assets, but this is not as a collateral of a loan because this is not our belonging. So they are frozen. If at the end of the day in the negotiation we will have with Russia, they're ready to give it to us, super. It will be loan at the end of the day and Russia would have paid for that.
If you believe that, it's okay with me.
Enough with that. All right, here we have President Macaroni and President Trump. All right, here in this glorious screenshot, okay? But this isn't the only thing that I want to determine. The reason why this off-stream segment is so important is because we have to do an analysis, okay? You see, alpha males have to sit in a way where their posture is straight and they have to present an air of dominance, an air of confidence. They have to have their postures upright so then they are able to tell the ladies, all right, to tell them that, yes, indeed, you are the dominant male in the room. When you sit up straight, you actually produce more pheromones, and the pheromones will spread faster because your back is straight. However, when you're stooped over, just know that your pheromones won't spread as quickly and you won't produce as much pheromone. When you have high testosterone, what will happen is that you will actually sit up more straight because you are more of a man. But when you have lower testosterone, you are hunched over like a gamer. All right, so here we can clearly see Macaroni having a very a very straight posture. Okay, this is the posture of a dominant male. All right, you can see hands outstretched, sausages pointing to the air, smile on his face. All right, thick Chad jawline. All right, medium-sized lips, strong eyebrows. All right. Hairline is okay, but it could be better, all right? It doesn't really matter. He's in a black suit, okay? This guy looks like James Bond right now. But look at President Trump, okay? You might not see it from this angle, but he's slouched over, all right? He's like, oh God, how am I doing this? Oh God, I'm so heavy, oh God. He's looking to use the dominant he's looking to the dominant person, because you see, beta males have to find a way in order to follow the alpha male, okay? You can clearly see that he is very much looking at him for direction, right? Because the alpha male has to give orders, marching orders for the beta male, right? You can clearly see that the alpha male is the one that's doing the negotiating, right? Speaking to the journalist, speaking to the audience. He does not pay any mind to the beta male in the room right now, all right? He doesn't care about these weak beta opinions, right? The natural hierarchy states, or how natural hierarchy goes, is that typically the beta male will know their place. They will shrink down. They will look to the alpha male for direction, because the moment they mess up, they will understand that when it comes to real negotiations, real everything, our Giga Chad, President Macaroni here, all right, has the correct posture to address it in a very proper way, okay? You can see his abashed face, okay? The slouched posture, all right? His posture is actually really simple, all right? Because his posture has to fit his body weight, all right? He is like this, see? He is like this. He is slunched over, all right? He can barely hold his own body weight, all right? He has thick thighs, big shoulders. Like, he's a blob, okay? He's a blob. So that's why he has no choice but to slump, all right? Meanwhile, the alpha male takes care of the pack, all right? He's like, oh my gosh, oh, yes. Oh my gosh, I'm so muscular. Oh yeah, here's my six-pack. Oh yeah. It's like this Chad jawline. Oh yes. All right. So just know this is what happens. All right. This is low T body, high T body. Okay. Remember, being obese lowers your testosterone production. All right. Being less obese or not obese at all right, maximizes your testosterone production, okay? Just remember that next time you see President Trump next to any kind of president. So, yeah, anyway, that's it. Bye. Okay, well, hey guys, Amaranth says, my OnlyFans is free right now. Okay, wrong one. This is not a prank, help. So, it's so funny because I have no idea if she's being for real or not, okay? Because this could totally be a ploy that Amaranth is faking attention in order to get more attention onto her stream, onto her person, onto her OnlyFans, okay? I'm gonna be totally honest. At first glance, I'm not entirely convinced, okay? But we're gonna take a look at what she posts on her Twitter to find out, alright? My OnlyFans is free. Okay, wrong one. This is not a prank. Help. They pistol whipped me, but I got one. I'm bleeding a lot, but stable, going to the hospital. Again, Amaranth, big streamer. All right, in case you don't know. Okay, all right. Amaranth, I'm being robbed at gunpoint. Okay, all right. Let's continue. All right. Oh, I'm being robbed at gunpoint. I believe I shot one of them. They wanted crypto, is what they were yelling when they pulled me out of bed. This was a home invasion SWAT here. Now I'm safe. Okay. So, at least there is, like, some semblance of police lights, it seems. Like, this seems like authority lights. I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at here. But at the same time, well, first of all, holy crap, she lives out of a freaking mansion, or like at her house, Jesus Christ. But second of all, okay, they wanted crypto. I just want to know what's the logic behind this. How do they rob you of crypto at gunpoint? Because like, do they point a gun at you and then they go like, quickly transfer 2 bitcoins to my account. Quickly input your information right here. You have to transfer 2 bitcoin to the account. Like, how does it exactly work here? You know, explain yourself. All right, let's take a look at this video now. Okay, this is just probably to show that it wasn't just like Christmas lights or something. It was actually flashing lights, yeah. I mean, it could be another house, but this would be hard to fake. Or she called it, you know, in a fake way. I don't know. Okay, we'll see. I'm covered in blood, but only some of it is mine. I'll update y'all later, but I'm safe now. Was at gunpoint, they gave me phone and said, log in with gun to my head, and I tweeted because calling would be a death sentence. Okay. Okay, they're probably looking over your shoulder, right? There's no way you're telling me that they allowed you to tweet in secret? Is that what you're saying? Is that you managed to tweet these out in secret while you have a gun to your head? Is this like do robbers just not look over the shoulder now? Is that what's going on? What's going on here? What? A trail of his blood. God, I don't know what to believe anymore. 3 gunmen. He screams, I got shot after. I'm not supposed to post this scene itself, nor the casing, which are now evidence. They beat me before this video and pistol whipped me. The pummeling felt like it would never end, and I protected my head by putting my arms up like I learned how to do in boxing. Blood was streaming down my head and my hands were beat brown. They brought duct tape and masks and were armed with handguns. Okay, let's take a look. Alright, animals running across. Amaranth is running.
Oh, right here. It's in here. I'm so tired. Come on. Go.
Okay, I don't know. Okay. They have, like, couldn't they have walked her to get the Bitcoin or something? Like, couldn't they have walked her? I don't, like, when people run in the night, isn't it more alarming? Wouldn't it be better if you put a gun touching their back and then went, walk, go get the Bitcoin? Wouldn't it be much more easier than that? I mean, like, I'm only questioning the intelligence of the robbers because I'm questioning the authenticity of the claim, right? Right now, I'm trying to determine whether or not this is fake. I'm trying to determine whether or not this is staged. Okay, this is... I'm starting to lean towards staged. You're really telling me 3 men got overpowered by 1 girl. Alright, I'm sorry. I'm a feminist, okay? I'm a feminist, all right? Being a feminist also means acknowledging when a girl is outmatched, okay? And this is a situation where it seems like it's highly improbable. It's highly improbable that Amaranth is being outmatched. Oh, sorry, that Amaranth somehow got the upper hand. You're telling me in this time she tweeted? In this time she tweeted. Or something. Or maybe it's before that? I don't, maybe she did some, like, ninjutsu? Maybe she did some karate chops? Like, what's going on here? Okay, so that's why the flashing lights are there. It's because she shot the gun. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, how many of these were her friends? Bro, you have got to be kidding me. Okay, this is not it, dude. And I have to remove this video later. The high-res... Okay, good thing I got it here. The high-res version is already with cops. Turn up sound. A trail of his blood all the way going away the driveway. Forensic testing it. They kept shooting my bedroom door and then finally kicked in. Just... Dude, but how does she get the upper hand, though? How does she get the... Is it that she rushed in first, grabbed the gun, like went straight for the gun instead of for the phone? And she began shooting? Why was she out? Why was she out alone in the night? No supervision. Well, I'm sorry, not even supervision. It's just, I don't know, stupidity. Okay, we ignore her. Okay, that's... Oh, okay. Alright, we just accidentally pulled up her OnlyFans. See, this is what I'm suspecting, okay? I'm suspecting that she faked all of this for earning more money towards her, right? OnlyFans and Streamwise, right? To get more clout, basically. Like, fucking hell, like, would it not be hard to fake this? Would it not be hard to fake this? Like, you just get 3 buddies over, get their Glocks, and then they shoot holes through the wall. You can't trick me, okay? I'm sick and tired of these people trying to fake shit. Stop! What is going on here? They wanted crypto? What? Okay, just... Alright, guys. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Okay, we'll see. Jesus Christ, okay? Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay.
Do you feel like the popular sentiment in our generation is that we just want to stay out of it? Yeah, no, I think that the sentiment that a lot of young men and like young people have nowadays is that they don't want to spend their tax money on bullshit that's happening on the other side of the world. I think that's true with Israel. I think it's true with Ukraine. I think it's true in general. And that's actually the end of it. They don't care about geopolitical ramifications. They don't care about the, like second order effects of this. These are people who can't afford food, they can't afford rent, and they feel like they can't afford basic human dignity. So why the fuck are they going to care about what land Russia has when they can't even have land to live on? And I understand people might say that's the wrong opinion to have. That's the wrong opinion. That's fine. You can tell somebody that. But when somebody doesn't have a house, they're barely able to afford their fucking house, they're just not going to listen to you, right? And that's it.
This take isn't just something that Asmongold himself is saying that people are believing. This is a take that Asmongold himself actually believes. Hey, Foodshops here. I'm here to talk about this one particularly bad take by Asmongold. I'm not... he is right from a sense that people are not going to be worrying about other countries' issues because they can't afford rent of their own. However, they should worry about it. And the reason for that is... Number one, you can do multiple policies at the same time. And the thing is that while humans are bad at multitasking, governments are not bad at multitasking. They can do a lot of things at the same time. And it takes an uneducated mind or somebody who is not very caught up with politics. The common people, I forgive them, but Asmongold, I do not. Because it's more of a matter of policy design rather than monetary allocation when it comes to policy. You don't need to tax the American people more in order to implement designs that are meant to house people properly and in order to protect American interests abroad. And unfortunately, Asmongold, who supports the Republicans, he does not realize, or at least he is blind to the fact that Republicans are very much against good policy design. Unfortunately, again, he is naive and clueless. It takes time, even with policy implementation, to help people, which means that even if the United States went isolationist, it takes time in order to implement that policy in the first place. It takes time in order to see the changes occur. Proper help is more along the lines of policy design rather than money allocation, as I said before. Democrats support raising minimum wage more than Republicans. This is absolutely true. What's important is upholding the foundation of the modern country. The thing is that we enjoy these luxuries of watching streamers, of seeing these foreign issues abroad, because to be quite frank, even though things are looking bad in comparison to the past, or at least to the immediate past, the reason why we are in this privileged position right now to even discuss these issues in the first place is because we have our modern country that's built on allied trust, allied assistance, and allied relationships. And we need to maintain that very structure. Otherwise, you're making a sandcastle. Now, here's the thing. It's kind of ironic how Asmongold tries to appeal to common people issues when, number one, Trump supports tariffs. And by the way, I just want to say Asmongold is more in favor of Trump than anybody else. Trump supports tariffs, which make life harder for the common people. A common misconception is that it is in fact the countries abroad that pay taxes. How the hell is that supposed to happen? That's not how tariffs work. How tariffs work is that the American people pay the tariff costs, which makes lives harder for the American people. A lot of produce, a lot of supplies, and a lot of resources actually come abroad. And I don't know if Asmongold actually understands this point, which is quite worrying for our internet friends. Number two, Trump is the one that is actually giving tax cuts to the rich. Trump does not give a single flying fuck about poor people. He gives a fuck about the rich people. And the thing is that it seems as though Asmongold is ironically using these points in order to support his grand point of, oh yeah, people, don't worry about these kinds of things. Here's the thing. Again, I have heard Asmongold said time and time again that these are his actual opinions. This isn't just him trying to get a census out of the population or him just stating a fact, right? This is him actually giving his own take, but he's masquerading behind his perception of the general public. Ironically enough, I don't think Asmongold worries about rent or food, so I don't know why he's saying this point, especially when his actual actions of supporting Trump is directly opposed to that. In fact, in my opinion, he is virtue signaling and is quite disgusting at that as well. Asmongold is actually part of the rich that I assume, would qualify for the Trump tax cuts. So he would benefit from Trump, even though he is preaching values that the Democrats actually hold. This is stolen valor. This is stolen valor through and through. This is stolen valor or stolen suffering, or should I call it, right? Because Asmongold is preaching as if that he is suffering from the same things that the average American does, which he does not. He might live the same way, right? He might live the same way. He might live in a more humble fashion, but he does not have a shortage of money to afford rent whatsoever. He doesn't have a shortage of money to afford food whatsoever. And so ultimately, this is the gist of it, right? These are the facts, and it is what it is. And, quite frankly, it is quite disgusting to see Asmongold have this kind of perception about the American people. And so there we go. Thank you for watching. Bye. Hello guys, Foodshops here. It is currently, I'm not kidding, 6:40 a.m. in the morning. Yes, I actually stayed up that late. And I just want to take a look at Sargon of Akkad's new video posted 3 days ago. This one is called The Return of Great Men, and Trump and Putin, I think, is shaking hands on his thumbnail. Now, let's take a look at the contents of this video, and I'm going to summarize it for you guys, and then I'm going to refute it. So let's just play a segment and see what's going on here.
Out before us. And this is why our bourgeois elite cannot properly explain what the far right are, who they are meant to reflect, what their political ideals are. They don't have a doctrine. They don't have a manifesto. They don't organize based on ideology because they aren't an ideology. They are, in fact, the opposite of an ideology. They are not rational. They are sentimental. They are the soul of the people looking for a champion to lead them to victory. Trump, Elon, Farage, Shinzo, Bukele, Bolsonaro, Milei, Orban, even Putin and Kim Jong-un all represent the thymotic form of politics, rooted in pride, dignity, virtue, respect, and sentimentality. They are all figures whose public presence is based around their characters, rather than their obedience to rules. That is not to say that they are all on the same side, that is to say that they all come from the same paradigm. They are not allies, but they do speak a political language which each other understands.
All right, I promise that staying up 6 to 7 hours past my bedtime will improve the quality of my commentary, okay? Now, Sargon of Akkad, all right, first of all, he is a political old tuber. He was a British politician for quite a while. He joined the British party, the far-right party at that time, and he exploded the party, and quite literally as well. After he joined the party, his politics was so extreme, and the party itself was also extreme. It clashed with Sargon, and eventually the British political party dissolved, which is the most remarkable thing. It's just completely and utterly bamboozling how this YouTuber would go into politics and then just utterly destroy a political party. Well, I mean, even if it wasn't destroyed by Sargon, the fact that the timing was right there is again remarkable. Now, I would consider his politics to be far right. But regardless, I kind of want to analyze the video based on its own merits. So I'm going to summarize it the best I could. Number one, the video is stupid. Okay, that's horribly bad faith. My apologies. So he says that liberal democracy, like science, is predictable. In science, the same variables will provide the same results. It's developed in the past to maximize predictability. In a liberal democracy, according to him, it is designed to maximize, again, predictability and stability. Predictability is stability. The desire to rationalize everything reduces the creative desire to develop character and political creativity. So ultimately, that is the best way I can summarize the entire video, because essentially what Sargon believes is that even though the structure of modern day government is essentially put in place, it is refined, it is put through a system of bureaucracies, it is ultimately not innovative in terms of new ideas or great men or great leaders, right? Now, I already want to counter this, because here's the thing: creativity can still happen. Good policies can still happen. The problem is that even though Sargon says that to value stability and this kind of form of government is not bad, the way that he puts it in the video makes it sound as if it's detrimental to the world, right? Now, he also says the certain flavor of leaders in the world represents the spirit of sentimentality. And I want to say this the most plain way possible. He thinks that the dictators and the authoritarians of the world represent the spirit of sentimentality. He literally begins the list with Trump, and this is what you hear in the clip that I have played for this video. The thing is that I feel as though I can't get behind this idea, though I know what he's talking about. He's talking about the lack of a vibe of spiritualism, the lack of great men to lead countries in hard times, right? But the problem is that these are the exact people who are creating the hard times. That's the issue. From my point of view, they are the people who are creating the hard times. it ultimately is up to the strength of liberal democracy in order to counter these things. Liberal democracy has to be strong enough to counter these weak men being put into powerful positions. So they are objectively bad people. Again, Kim Jong-un is somebody who puts people to death in work camps, right? Executes entire families, allegedly, when a child escapes across the border, right? Trump is somebody who tries to subvert liberal democracy the best he could within a liberal democracy, right? Putting judges that he approves in place, primaries Republicans that he doesn't believe to be on his side, and suing people who are just simply putting out polls that are, that just state a fact. It's a poll, right? It's a census of the population to determine what the sentimentality is on Trump, and which is against free speech, right? So he lists off all these people, but I think that Sargon has very much a glorified view of these dictators, all right? He has a glorified view of these authoritarians, all right? And I don't know if it's because he has convinced himself that this is rightfully the case, or he is outwardly lying, which I hope is not the case, because he puts on an air of, well, let's just say pretentious intelligence, okay? Now, Sargon also mentions that the people need to be served, right? The people, it's for the betterment of the people. But I think it's completely different when you are helping the people in order to further your own ego. That's what a lot of these so-called dictator leaders are doing. They will help the people, and sometimes they will not help the people. But the number one agenda that they will always put, that is always consistent ahead of any kind of political ideology, is themselves. It is their ego. It is themselves. That is always something that they put ahead. If Trump determines that ending the war in Ukraine and threatening Putin with nuking Moscow would be better for his ego, he would do so tomorrow, or should I say today, because it's early in the morning, right? And Sargon also appeals to the whole soul of the people. This just reminds me of the whole will of the people. It's typically used whenever somebody wants to use some kind of vague justification in order to show that this is what a lot of people want spiritually, without saying, oh yeah, we just need to vote for the best person. It's a way to subvert the vote, in a way, in a more authoritarian way, right? And he also argues that liberal democracy imposes reason on organic people. The thing is that I just don't exactly see what's so organic about Putin lobbing, artillery over the border to kill the weak, the old, the young, the woman, and the children, right? Like, I just don't see what's so, how is that better than liberal democracy, right? I just don't see it, right? I just don't see it. And he argues that liberal people don't have reason and spirit, but I actually argue the counter of that, right? I would argue that liberal people have both reason and spirit. It is spiritual, it is loyal, it is honorable, and it is, it is of an honorable sort of man to ally with Ukraine, because in the immediate sense, Europe does not stand to gain from anything, all right, for helping Ukraine. They don't gain the immediate rewards of helping Ukraine whatsoever. They don't even know if them helping Ukraine will actually pay off in the end, because if they help Ukraine, but then Russia still wins, then, it doesn't really pay out to be something grand, right? It doesn't pay out to be something worth it, right? But if anything, it just seems more honorable to help them, even though there's no immediate benefit, right? And the thing is that what Sargon is proposing, this entire more isolationist, authoritarian kind of way of thinking, this is not what's human, right? To connect with the world is truly what is good, right? To connect with other countries, like how a human would connect to another, is what is good, right? This is goodness. This is goodness in of itself, right? And even though Sargon views people like Trump to be like, oh, they don't play by any political ideology. Well, I think that there's a difference between not playing by any ideology because you want what's good for the people versus Trump being dumb. And I think in this case, it is actually Trump just being dumb. But you know, I just want to say this, okay? Liberal democracy of the modern day is not without its flaws, all right? Free speech laws are less robust than in the US, for one, right? Europe was too dependent on America, for two. Number three, Europe needs to learn how to raise their own ultra-powerful military force without tearing each other apart, right? And number four, Europe has too many gay. The ultimate flaw of Sargon is this idealizing of strong men with just ideals, not bound by political ideology, but by sentimentality. This creates dictators and fascism, right? For 99% of human history, we have all these conquerors wiping out entire villages, entire cities. It's really hard to imagine this is what Sargon wants to actually return to. I imagine he wants to return to an era where people are studying science and all kinds of philosophies and connecting with their own spirituality under some kind of wise sage king, right? But these wise sage kings are only one in a dozen. For every wise sage king, you have 20 other people who are willing to abuse their power to wipe out and rape everybody. So again, it's this idealized view of this world that I just simply do not agree with. Now, we are moving to a more peaceful world over time. And I believe in the more optimistic view of finding a new peaceful way and innovating with keeping peace and honor in mind. Because peace and honor is a good thing. The authoritarians of the old world of conquering feel their time is past. And so they bite back like a cornered dog. I say, let them bark. Let them bite. And finally, let them die. Folks, we are really living in the worst timeline. All right, it doesn't get worse than this. Al Green has been censured by Congress, including 10 Democrats. Let's take a look at what's going on here. During Trump's recent speech to Congress, Al Green stood and raised his cane to defiance, saying that Trump has no mandate to cut Medicaid. He refused to sit down or shut up, and he was escorted out of the hall. Now, if you ask me, the thing is that whether or not you agree or disagree with his actions, you cannot deny that the Democrats during that night, holding up these little ping-pong paddles, all right, holding up these silly ass bingo cards, all right, that was just not it. Okay, that was just not it. That stuff was weak. All right, that stuff was weak. Where are you trying to protest? At a retirement home? Is that where you're trying to protest? It was ridiculous. Okay. Later, Al Green would say that he accepts his punishment because he believes in what he preaches.
Falls to a person who uses his incivility, against our civility. He is a person who has consistently been used incivility against civility.
So do you think it was no mandate? Is that what you said?
Well, look, I'm willing to suffer whatever punishment is available to me. I didn't say to anyone, don't punish me. I've said I'll accept the punishment, but it's worth it to let people know that there are some of us who are going to stand up against this president's desire to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security.
So were you saying you have no mandate? Is that what you just said?
That's what he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. None.
Now here's the thing, all right? This guy is a giga chad, okay? Part of the United States is civil disobedience. If you believe in something strongly enough, you're gonna say, I'm gonna go break some laws and rules. Why? Because it's a display. Yes, I'm willing to accept the punishment in order to fight for what I believe in. This has been a part of American history. This is what it is. Yes, a censure is known as a strong rebuke, a formal warning, and formal condemnation. He doesn't lose his job or any privileges afforded as a politician. Okay, I don't know why I did that. Luckily enough, okay? I mean, it's kind of like a letter from the UN, you know? You know in your heart that if any country gets a letter from the UN, that's just a strong rebuke, and then they don't actually face any real punishments, luckily enough. But the thing is that a rebuke, this so-called censure, is still the second most severe punishment. It requires, I think, 50% of the vote at the very least. Meanwhile, if you want to formally kick somebody out of Congress, you need 2/3 of the vote. 2/3 of the vote. All right? I believe that the Republicans are looking to this as the next step, because they see these Democrats that are willing to vote on their side. Why in the world would they not try to convince more Democrats, take advantage of this infighting, and try to kick out Al Green? Why would they not try to do that? The thing is here is that we can't appear divided in a time of division. All right, we need to be more unified more than ever. And unfortunately, I must say I am grossly disappointed in my party. Okay, they're all just it's almost as if the best thing they ever did was come out of their mother's vaginas. Okay, that's how I feel about them at the very least, right? Like what were they expecting to accomplish by sitting down, by doing nothing, by this incredibly weak display that we see here, right? And let me explain why what Al Green did was such a great idea. The reason why sitting down and holding up ping pong paddles was such a bad idea was because Trump's address to Congress was, well, number one, boring, which is the greatest sin of all, right? And it was meant to capture media attention by doing what he does best, which is lying. He tries to get all the news stations to center around him. Part of the battle of winning the politics media war is to get the attention in the first place. Part of the reason why Trump won is that because the media was able to center so much on Trump, Trump was able to spin that against them. However, by doing what Al Green did, by standing up and making sure the news focused on him in that very pivotal moment, in that very few seconds, in that very minute, he was able to capture media attention. By doing this, he has already won one of the two battles. The second battle is winning over the media, is winning over the audiences of people who watch these networks. Here's the deal, all right? Trump captures the media's attention, but his message is not going to resonate with everybody. Meanwhile, Al Green captures the media attention. He just took away some of Trump's power in that moment. Not every single power is revolved around votes and getting policies passed and negotiations. Part of that is also trying to win political power in the United States. That means getting the public on your side by showing the people that you are not going to back down is correct, is right. Now, you can say that he is like a child. He was breaking rules. He was doing whatever. But you have to admit there has to be some part of you that admires what he did there. He accepts his punishment like a true man, like a true masculine person, right? Does that really ring true with somebody like Donald Trump, who just sits down, hides away from all the bad decisions that he makes, constantly revising and delaying his tariffs on other countries because he's afraid of repercussions? No. This is the better breed of man, all right? And honestly, I wish more Democrats has done what Al Green did, all right? You can only censure one person. You can only kick out one person, but you can't kick out all of them. You can't censure all of them. By doing so, you're standing in solidarity with the rest of the people who say, no, we've had enough. And so this is exactly why I believe this move was the correct move to do. It was the good thing to do. There's one more point I would like to address, and that is the contradictions, the dishonesty, the lack of consistency, the hypocrisy. These total goofballs. The thing is that I'm still so disappointed that the Democrats would just try to go high every single time. Because according to Axios, and they put out really good points here, Representative Joe Wilson was reprimanded in a bipartisan House vote for shouting, "You lie," during then President Obama's speech to Congress in 2009.
There are also those who claim that our reform efforts would ensure illegal immigrants. This too is false. The reforms I'm proposing would not apply to those who are here illegally. It's not true.
A reprimand is a less severe alternative to a censure. Well, I mean, like, at least he got punished. It would suck if, nobody got punished, right? Oh, wait a second. Let me read the second point. Some Democrats complained in the run-up to the vote that Republicans who heckled former President Biden during his State of the Union addresses, particularly Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert,
advance liberty and justice. We need to secure our border and fix the immigration system. And as you might guess, I
did not face any consequences. Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing, all right? If you're going to reprimand the Democrats, okay, for making such a display, if you're going to be reprimanding, censuring Representative Al Green for standing up and refusing to sit back down, well, why is it that Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert did not face any consequences? Why is it that, again, the consistency, the lack of consistency is astounding. It's even disgusting. All right. And again, I just can't believe how much of a gigachat this guy is. All right. He's all like, yeah, you know what? Let them punish me. I can take it. I accept what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. That's the mark of a true politician. Not these weak, whining, sentient living cum stains, all right? But a true man who's willing to stand up, all right? Dripped out in Fortnite outfit looking ass, all right? We the people tie, cane in hand, all right? This is an icon. Anyway, that's about it. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
I have a video out there somewhere.
Do you really? What are you doing in the video?
Do.
What are you doing in the video? Now, Liana, you have to send me your tits. I like to lick your pussy, fucking Jessica Fizzle.
Whoa!
Hi, yo.
Hey, sweetie.
How are you?
How can I help you?
Nothing. Just wanted to say you're looking pretty good in 1080p.
Yeah, you like that, baby?
Yeah.
Oh,
for fuck's sake. Yeah.
This, you want to go play some Smash?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Sounds good. How old are you?
Oh, you make me expose myself again.
Yes.
I'm almost as old as you.
Oh,
You're
don't worry
younger
about
than
it. You're
your wife.
clearly too old. I won't bother you again. I apologize.
Yeah. No. What? No.
You said you wanted to play Smash. I thought you were about fucking 17.
Okay, let's pretend I'm 17.
Dude. What? Okay, I can't. Okay, I faced so much flack for shit in the past, but then some big ass commentary YouTuber just runs away with it. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
So that whole 1815 thing.
I'll be first with you. What the fuck happened? You like my ass? Now you have to send me your tits.
No, Tommy does not want.
I know, she's probably sending me her tits, and it's gonna be like doomsday for me.
She's gonna send it to Matt.
Dalatro.
Check your Streamlabs, by the way.
True, that's true. Jessica, Vic Plonka should apologize for using the pussy as an insult. It's pretty sadistic. in my opinion, and should take accountability. I like to lick your pussy, fucking.
All right.
This is a sickness, okay? This is a sickness. This is a disease, all right? This shit is unacceptable. Why? All right, so I already watched this video kind of on Reservoir stream. Oh my god. Why would you say this ever? What is wrong with you? This disgusting wretch of a man. Gross. Also, like, I mean, I know at least one person in real life that's kind of like this, but like, man, dude. Come on.
You knew that was coming.
Honestly, I did. But
No, can't say I predicted that one.
I like that pussy lips.
Go to bed. Whoa, dude.
Shut up, Matt.
Ugh.
Shut up, Matt. She's funny. She can fuck.
I was muted and I was freaking out. I heard it and I was muted.
I like Jessica Pissel pussy lips. How about that? How's that, Graham?
Oh my god, is she?
See, this is the sickness of the commentary community, okay? This is the sickness that we are dealing with, all right? These people are so hypocritical, all right? I promise you, people like Tommy C would literally make a whole ass stream shitting on other people who are also doing this, 100%. And they're right for doing so. But the problem is that then you end up with clips like these, where he is doing the exact same thing that he would probably bash, right? He's a conservative. He would bash this kind of shit. No? But then you have these complete degenerate hypocrites. It's like whenever someone complains about trans people and then they get caught watching T-girl porn on their tablet. Alex Jones, for one, right? Alex Jones always bashes trans people, but then you catch him watching T-girl porn, all right? Somebody who is racist and you catch them, you know, watching some ebony black dick deep dick dive, all right? Come dive birth canal shit, okay? Okay,
Yeah,
that's enough.
I don't know. I'm at a loss for words.
Need licking.
The lips need licking.
Yeah. Well, I have more pussy lips to talk about. Where does donation come from? I literally chatted like an hour ago with this guy, I guess. That was $5. Jessica, I totally licked your pussy. I guarantee it. On script. On script. Happy birthday, you old drunk Celt.
Then she just deleted her whole fucking account. That's all.
Reaction to your response. Foods, this is painful. Well, I mean, you just have to compartmentalize it, you know?
No, I don't see any boobies.
And then Tipster made a tweet. He's like, "Did Nick just ratio boobs?"
Okay, stop. We have to go back to this degen, okay?
She just deleted her whole fucking account. That's all.
I'm going to start streaming my reaction to Foods' response, okay? Yeah.
No, I don't see any boobies.
And then Tipster made a tweet. He's like, "Did Nick just ratio boobs?" Lamau.
I'm tweeting my boobs for Tommy. It's birthday. Haha. You
It's
have
for
to block me
Tommy.
to see.
Okay, isn't Jessica Pizzle married? Sorry, I said this before, alright? But isn't Jessica Pizzle married? Like, why is she doing this? What is going on here? I thought she was married. And no, I'm not gonna double check whether or not she actually posted her boobs on her Twitter, okay? I'm not gonna double check that, in fact. But it's just that, like... Man, I don't know.
I'm blocked. You weren't even blocked from begin with, from what I can say. You've been teasing me with your boobs for months. And terrible.
You tell me.
Dude, what the dude, what is this sickness? What the fuck? What? This is a sickness. This is a plague. What the fuck? Yo, bro, the evil is at its roots. All right, the evil is at its roots. We need to weed it out. All right,
We
Jesus
your
Christ.
opinion on Jessica's pussy, but like,
Yes.
what are your opinions on Leanna Taylor's pussy?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Probably smells like meth.
I don't know. Here's what I do know.
Bro, why are they talking about how pussy smells like on stream? Why are they going on stream and then talking about like what different specific kinds of people's pussies smell like? What? Dude. This is gross. This is a sickness of the highest order.
If I was in my 20s, I wouldn't care if she was on meth. I'd do that shit fucking 6 paces under. All right, what else do we have before I get fucking...
You just take more callers.
All right, let's take more callers. Beyond Taylor 3.
Oh, Confucius say no talk about pussy smell on stream. Oh, okay, that's enough.
You've been unblocked for fuck's sake. Leave me alone. All right.
Happy birthday, Tommy.
Thank you so much. You're a lost girl. But what's your opinion?
I'm a what?
So we have all of these loser women in the commentary space, okay? The kinds of people who just cannot live a normal ass life in real life, who are in the commentary space because they are right-leaning and edgy enough to be there, but then at the same time they're like the loneliest motherfuckers ever in real life, okay? They probably have serial depression and eating disorder, and then they hop onto Tommy C's stream to flirt with him in order to get this attention that they crave that they lack in real life. This is what's going on, okay? This is a sickness. This is a sickness, okay? That's what's going on, all right?
You're a lost woman. Let's be honest.
What the fuck? I just sent you my literal number one.
You enable. Listen, people like these are not allowed to call themselves feminists, okay? This is a sickness. These people are a disease, all right? Yes, this reeks of virgins who have never had sex, okay? This reeks of people whose highest accomplishment in life is getting born out of their mother's vagina, okay? This reeks of cum sockery, all right? This is what it reeks of.
You're gonna call me lost.
Also, it's not just Tommy C, okay? Because there's a lot of degen ass women in the commentary space. Trust me, I know, all right? I have seen things that you people wouldn't believe, all right? It's just, I have seen things, all right? It is insane how much the commentary space is just a direct hypocrite of itself, all right? Because they would just go and bash people on their stream, but then in private they would engage in crazy ass shit, all right? I have seen this shit, okay? I have seen this shit in real time, okay? Real time, off time, all time, all right? Good night, Fritz. Hope you're okay. I'm doing fine. But like, again, it's just like these people are just like crazy. I mean, like, I don't hold the same like hatred of the commentary space as I once did, all right? Because enough time has passed, and you know what they say, time heals all wounds, guys. But at the same time, you know, I can't deny that this is a sickness. This is a sickness, all right? It's a sickness.
Oh no, but what I was saying in the chat is I totally, like, when I was growing up, I had sad.
Also, I had a relatively high... Okay, see, I'm the kind of person who doesn't make fun of somebody for just being a spurg, okay? If you're a spurg, I don't really mind. I don't care, okay? You do your thing as a spurg. But then the moment that you enable behavior like this, the gloves are off, all right? I'm sorry, Jessica, okay? I know we were on good terms before, but why would you do this? You have a husband. What is wrong with you? Do you not have a husband, or is that like not the case anymore? If there's anything I can't tolerate, it's cheating, okay? If there's anything I don't tolerate, it's cheating. Like, fuck that shit, dude. Yeah. Like, what the fuck? Why are you cheating with your husband on Tommy's on the live stream? What is going on here?
Resentment to my father, like, mum.
Jessica Pizzle. Edwin's last.
Gotcha. Hello.
Hello, sexy. Sexy, sexy, sexy. I wonder if he's gonna bring up the pussy lips in my video, my exposed video with you. You know, somebody did that to you recently, right? They tried to use something somebody said about you as a way to sort of cancel somebody else. It wasn't me though, right? It was somebody else.
No, it was oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know who it was, but it happened. Yeah.
So, what happened with you and Tips?
Me and Tipster?
Yeah.
Vic Blanco. That's the guy.
Oh, that was the guy.
Something.
Yeah, another cancel culture jackass, but he's a tough guy, cancel culture guy, you know? But go ahead.
Yeah, no, he tried to use me. He purchased respect him.
Yeah, I'll say.
That's kind of misogynistic.
I respect him.
He should apologize.
I like with a big boobies in my face.
God. You're telling me These are my ops? These are my ops. These are my ops. These are my opposition. Dude, oh my god. Dude, I would bet so much money. I would bet so much. Dude, it's true, isn't it? Right? Because you can't tell me that people like Asmongold and Revsays Desu and you know, the Gen 2 ops, okay, the Gen 2 ops. You can't tell me that these people are like not also total degens in private. I bet they are like absolutely total degens in private, but then they would make fun of the same shit. Like, absolutely.
That's not always the case. I've seen you, Jessica. You're good looking. You're a very attractive woman. You're a very attractive woman. Yeah. I can see people. Yeah, Jessica, you're absolutely right about everything. Jessica's like, I think, you know, I've never looked at it that way, Jessica. That's brilliant. Now tell me how you're having problems with your husband.
I did want to talk about that. So you know how you talked about how your wife, like, say when you bring up stuff from your past, like with other girls.
Yeah.
I love those stories.
You like those stories?
But what I love the most.
You like your man getting that pussy? You like thinking about your
when me and
new guy. Oh, I didn't want Jessica Pizzle. Hey, Jessica Pizzle, you're on the air.
Did you just say you didn't want me?
No, I didn't say it at all. What are you talking about?
Well, I hope not.
You probably heard something in the queue.
I would be very mad. I'm very mad.
Like, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, the only nudes that Tipster has are mine.
See, the thing is that I'm not even sure if that's a joke. Like, I can't tell anymore. I can't tell if that's a joke. All right, it's just.
Do you have nudes out there? You're like.
I have a video out there somewhere.
Do you really? What are you doing in the video?
do.
What are you doing in the video?
Jesus Christ.
You really shouldn't be saying that here. This is like the worst. Somebody's gonna find it. You know that, right?
I mean, if they do, thank you. Let me know what site it was. So, because I know there's one site
You have to watch Liquid Sonic's cover on Tommy. Okay, is it fast?
that I couldn't find it
Are you
on.
doing stuff? Are you doing stuff with a dude?
With a girl.
That's even better. What are you doing? Hokey pokey?
Sexy stuff.
Sexy.
Why are you doing this on stream? You are a disease. You are a sickness. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you doing this on stream? I mean, like, if you did this in private, it's like, who cares, right? Like, if it's in private, then, you know, it's nobody cares, all right? But like, bro, what is this?
Sexy stuff with a girl. How does that roll?
Well, of course it starts with like making out, then with the boobs.
There's
and then,
nothing hotter
you
than
know,
watching two hot chicks make out. Nothing hotter in the world.
And then you know, eating pie.
Ew. So do you get involved in all that action?
Well, yeah, no,
Okay.
I was Dom.
You're dumb? Oh, yeah, lesbians are really stupid. Let me ask you something. You heard what
True. You know what? He said one true thing this entire time, okay? Lesbians really are really stupid, okay? So, you know, I'm not gonna argue that.
Yeah, I mean, like,
How come I didn't get any shit about that?
because we know that's how you are. We know
Bingo.
that you're flirtatious.
Bingo,
like,
bingo.
Patty
It's
would
not
have a
his.
birthday
It's
on
not
it.
his. It's not his public image. So to
Yeah,
speak.
I mean that's the thing.
I
like,
think that should
Edwin's public
change.
Isn't really like flirtatious and shit. Like he's more kind of like. steering
Maybe
myself.
when Extreme Dad, you suck. Nobody sucks more than you. Don't talk that way about that one.
From the shot from
You
the point,
filthy
do you
girl.
think Thomas's OnlyFans it'll be starting a pattern with tonight?
I don't know. I don't
Fuck
fucking
you,
start
why
all the
you
time.
pay me?
I'd snatch you.
Yeah.
I'd tell you something. If it was 10 years ago, I'd snatch you from your husband too. How about that?
Oh God.
Oh, why did you change the paint profile picture? That shit went hard as fuck. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What paint? What do you mean by that?
Oh no.
Oh, you're talking about the little thing. Oh, yeah. I wanted to change it eventually, but I couldn't tell what to change it to, and then I couldn't find it. Like, okay, maybe I'll try to get like, maybe I'll try to get another one of that same artist's drawings, and then apply it to my profile picture.
I'm just gonna keep that from him because he'll.
Does he have a YouTube channel? Does he have a YouTube channel?
No.
All right,
God, no.
everybody
He's not internet
unsub
people.
True Horror Stories husband's YouTube channel. Haha, got it.
He's not internet.
Is he doing well? Like dude, Tommy C does not look well. Jesus Christ.
He does, yes.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. It's It's like the only way I can get my wife's attention when I'm doing if something crazy happens, like a girl offers to send me nudes. Then all of a sudden, for some reason, she's interested. I did show her.
Oh, ha ha ha. Wow. Yes, wife bad. Wife bad. Wife bad. All right, wife bad, guys. Wife bad. Have you tried getting a divorce? Like, what the fuck?
Give you some advice right now. Stick your tongue out. Like that.
Man, none of these... Okay, I did not see this before. None of this? None of this... You know what? I forgot what the fuck I was trying to say. Let's just continue.
There you go.
I don't
Now
care
do
anymore.
Circles. There you go. Would you have dated me if I was your age?
What the fuck? Bro, this is worse. This is way worse than Tom. This is way worse than tomfoolery. What? Am I missing something here? Am I missing context? Maybe he said this as a joke. Maybe he's joking around. Maybe he's maybe.
And I was a big YouTuber. Thank
Would
you.
I
You're
have
welcome.
dated you?
Like back then, I was young, good looking, and had a nice YouTube.
Dude.
Yeah, you would.
I didn't.
Oh, dude. Oh, God. See, this is why... Okay, guys. Okay, Perks. Clearly, you can't behave yourself, so I'm gonna put you in timeout for like 30 minutes, okay? Come back when you're less horny. That should give you enough time to wank off, alright, into the bathroom, where you should probably clean your bathroom too, okay?
You know
Okay.
what, she would have been my type back then.
Hi-yo.
Thanks.
Ooh. Ooh! Ouch. Okay. Ouch.
How are you? I can help you.
Nothing. Just wanted to say you're looking.
Oh, right. I remember what I was trying to say. This is exactly why I think the most degenerate woman can be in this space. Is because eventually all the sane women will, like, fucking leave. All the sane women will leave. Why the fuck would any normal-ass woman stay in this godforsaken community, this cum-stained, white-covered walls of this commentary space, alright? When Tommy C is the fucking standard. Like, what? It's like you just stay and laugh, and that's it? Meanwhile, in private, you're a fucking hypocrite winking it out to the next, like, mid 5 out of 10 female commentator that enters the space? Is that what you want? Do you want your life to be like that? Why don't you go to college? Why don't you get a fucking degree like I did? God, dude, these people are just so pathetic. So worthless. Such a pathetic human being. These worthless sentient cum blobs.
Pretty good in 1080p.
Yeah, you like that, baby?
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
This, you want to go play some Smash?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of misogyny.
Yeah, like, again, the only people that are left are these people. Right? Like, the only people that are left are the same exact motherfuckers who would be okay with putting up with this. Meanwhile, they just set feminism back like 50 years, okay? Like, you can't tell me that these SJWs, all right, like Tommy always takes shots at them. You can't tell me that these fucking SJWs are always like, oh my gosh, oh gosh, feminism, colored hair and stuff like that. Yeah, no shit, they actually have a point, all right? But you're totally missing the point because you're too busy cringing at them, all right? So it's like, no, in fact, all right? Just don't be stupid. Like, Jesus
I respect
Christ.
him.
He should apologize.
I like with a big boobies in my face. That's I'd snatch you. I'd tell you something. It was just 10 years ago. I'd snatch you from your husband too. How about that?
Oh God.
Yeah, I serenaded her.
She's a pretty girl.
What?
I'm not gonna say she's not a pretty girl. She's definitely my type. You know, visually.
Okay,
for sure. Oh, for sure.
She's definitely my type. I'm 48 years old.
So
I'll tell you why, even in being private, I'll tell you, okay, a private sex pest is still bad, okay? That's still bad. But at least if you're private and you weren't public, if you were public, guess what? Now you're telling everybody in your audience that this is okay. Now you're telling everybody in your audience this is the norm, right? Like, I'm sorry, I don't mean like to fucking moralize shit, but I'm just gonna say this right now. Everybody in the commentary community fucking moralizes, okay? This is a normal thing. Anybody who pretends that the commentary space does not fucking moralize shit is fucking lying, all right? The entire point of the commentary community, the entire point of these commentators is that they fucking moralize everything. But the only thing they can't moralize is their own fucking behavior. That's what, okay? What? Black Medal of Honor recipient removed from the U.S. Department of Defense website. Don't know if Rev can say we voted for this in the ballot. Do you see, that's the funny thing, is that a lot of Asmongold fans would say something like, oh, but you guys voted for this though. But it's the Americans that actually voted for this. Dude, what are you talking to? Okay, defend this then. Fuck it. The U.S. Defense Department webpage celebrating an Army general who served in the Vietnam War and was awarded the country's highest military decoration has been removed and the letter DEI added to the site's address. On Saturday, U.S. Army Major General Charles Calvin Rogers' Medal of Honor webpage led to a 404 error message. The URL was also changed with the word medal changed to DEI medal. Can I go to the website? Can I see what it looks like? No way. What is this? DEI. Oh my god, they actually did it. You can see DEI, it's right there. DEI inside of DEI medal. Are you fucking kidding me? 404 page not found. The page you are looking for might have been removed, renamed, or maybe no way, dude. I can't believe... Dude. What? Did someone archive it? I don't know. Rogers, who is a war... Dude, this is like such a big... What the fuck, dude? Dude, I feel like this is beyond parody. This is... Guys, we're so cooked. Guys, we're so cooked. Guys, we're so cooked. Dude, these guys are like the biggest haters, okay? They be hating. They be hating before DEI was even invented. Not a single of it has roots in the 1960s civil rights movement. Okay, so DEI goes back 1960s? How old was this guy? Richard Nixon in 1970. Okay, so barely. So barely. Why? Okay, he's even, like, he's just as old as DEI. Why would you ever do this to somebody? This is so stupid. Okay. Well, this is, guys, this is like, they can fake the link for this article. No, this looks legit, right? This looks like a legit domain. No one archived it on time? Jesus. Okay. Fuck me. Yeah, I mean, like, this is just kind of sad and disgraceful. Like, can you just imagine being, like, a general that has fought through all of this time and, yet, like, you fucking served your country only to get, like, fucked over by the government like this? Why is your camera aspect ratio weird? It's not weird. Is it? History of the Nisei Go for Broke World War II unit removed from Army website. A webpage detailing the history of the 442nd Regimental Combat Team has been removed from the U.S. Army's official website. I mean, it's the most decorated combat unit in history for its size and length of service. The World War II unit was made of mostly of second-generation Japanese Americans. The Army website had the history of the 442nd before President Trump's executive order ending with what he called radical diversity. The webpage address to the page that detailed the 442nd now goes to the army.mil homepage. Disappointed and sad to say the least, said Val Matsunaga of Maui. Her father, Toshio Kubota, was a member of the 442nd. He lost a leg in a bloody battle in Italy in 1944. They removed the page for this, and they removed the page for that one general guy. This administration knows no shame in scrubbing the history of service members who fought for our country. My great uncle Mon died in the 442nd, while other members of my family were forcibly relocated to incarceration camps. Yeah, fuck me. Wow. That's fucked up. Yeah, no, this is actually, guys, this is actually kind of scary. I mean, like I knew that they would probably do something like this, but is it not kind of scary that they're erasing history? Like, actually erasing history? Like, we have these people who have served the country and sacrificed their lives, but then the Trump administration is removing these because of DEI. When this is like 1940s, right? This is Praxis Foodshops. America is a militaristic, imperial, fascist power. Why do you want to honor fascist American soldiers? Patriotism is fascism. We do a little fascism from time to time. Also, like, again, now is not the time to shit on lefties, right? This is why you shouldn't be shitting on lefties right now. Because, like, when I checked in, you were still shitting on lefties, which is like, who cares about shitting on lefties these days? Right now, these people have taken power and they have like fucked people up here. Why'd you link me this? If the right honorable gentleman is suggesting that we ever get to a position where we cannot return illegal immigrants to their country of origin, then he's proposing international chaos. Yeah, no, it's not big. Let me troll? No, but your trolling is annoying. Like I can't let you troll forever. I disagree with your trolling. I didn't expect you to pull it up on stream. Who cares? The army website had the history. Oh, what else did they remove at this point? Like, I mean, it's disturbing to say the least, right? It's disturbing. No way. Agencies asked to scrub federal government websites to remove diversity-related content? The Trump administration planned to scrub some federal government websites in order to remove content contrary to the president's thinking. Administration officials told CBS News, and word spread quickly throughout Washington about actions that might be taken to alter the websites. Wow. Wait! Dude, this is not free speech. This is not the First Amendment. What the fuck? Wait, yeah, this is not free speech whatsoever. No way. Like, yeah, no, this is literally Chinese ass shit, right? Like, this is like rewriting history. Literally. They're removing websites with profound history on it. But it's like they just weren't okay with it because they think it's political or some shit, and they just removed it. Another targeted mentions of diversity, equity, and inclusion, saying that similar to federal rules, they also were now required to immediately terminate to the maximum extent all programs, personnel, activities, or contracts promoting those ideas at every level and activity, regardless of your location or the citizenship of employees or contracts supported by the funds. Dude, God, I can never understand like military people supporting Donald Trump or anybody because these people, they're so anti-military. They're so anti like veterans. Yeah. If you remove DEI, look up on the archives, there's the original site. Speaking of removing DEI, should they remove blue states too? I mean, I guess there's no choice but to move on. Yeah, but what can you do? This is the ultimate version of fucking around and finding out.
Our initial response included removal of liquor products from Republican states. Texas vodka, Tennessee whiskey, Kentucky bourbon from BC liquor store shelves. We're not buying it anymore. We directed BC Liquor Distribution to stop purchasing these products. The provincial government and Crown corporations have been directed to buy Canadian first. To buy BC goods and services and goods from across Canada as part of our Team Canada approach. Absolutely right, thumbs up. Nice thing about doing
these people are actual clowns. This is a whole ass circus. That's what's going on. It's like, this is like the equivalent of going to a baseball game and then you just, instead of hitting the ball, when the pitcher throws the ball, you just run around and then you start smacking teammates around with the bat. That is exactly what is happening right now. This is what's happening. The United States is literally imposing things onto other countries for no reason. These tariffs, they're for no reason. And you know what? That's not entirely accurate because there is a reason, but we're gonna talk about that. The thing is that with these tariffs that's going on, Canada is one of our best friends. Is one of our best friends. This is a fact. This is a fact. In fact, we are such active traders with Canada to the point where they are pretty much one of our, I'm pretty sure is our #1 importer. Because according to this map right here, you can clearly see that, yeah, a lot of these red states are in fact imported from Canada. Like, they get all of their stuff from Canada. This is why it's a whole ass circus. It's because these Republican voters that live in these red states, they voted for Trump. Okay, fine. Then you better bear the consequences of also voting for Trump. Because when Trump does absolutely nonsensical things like placing tariffs and trading tariffs on the country, then yeah, you better expect the fact that yes, your alcohol is going to be a lot more inaccessible, prices are going to go higher because these are the consequences of the Trump presidency. People really think, yeah, you know what, we're not going to, it's not about policy or anything like that, it's all about having women participate in women's sports. We got to keep men out of women's sports. Dude, bitch, we barely have transgender people in the first place. This topic is a topic that's been completely blown out of proportion. Transgender people in reality is less than 1% of the population. So the fact that you guys even concentrate on this issue is laughable. These are just the stats. And the thing is that free speech is now endangered more than ever under Trump, because Trump is planning to cut out words out of the federal dialogue, out of federal language, in official papers. And not only that, Trump is threatening journalists. There's all sorts of nonsensical things right now that these red voters are just picking and choosing. Oh my God, you guys are insufferable, okay? They are actually insufferable because you have all these people who are just beyond reasoning. They are beyond reasoning because these people cannot grasp the fact that maybe Trump actually has flaws. Maybe Trump actually does nonsensical things that are risky and won't actually lead up to a good result, because this is the end result. The end result is Canada actually striking back. Is Canada specifically targeting red states? Is specifically targeting products that red states tend to consume? Because guess what? You'll notice that California on this map has China as its #1 importer. Nevada has China as its #1 importer. Oregon has Japan as its #1 importer. A lot of these red states are dependent upon Canada. Now people are probably wondering, okay, well, Foodshops, why don't they like trade overseas then? Why don't you get all the trade from Africa? Get all the trade. Dude, can you even hear yourself speak? Please, let me just speak to you as a human being, okay? As honestly as possible. You are retarded. You're retarded because it takes money to maintain a ship. It takes money to maintain a crew. It takes money to maintain these ships and maintain the crew. And it takes money to fuel these ships as well overseas. The reason why we trade with Mexico and Canada so much is because they're so accessible. Just because we are the most powerful country in the world does not mean that we can have infinite funds for transportation. So much for government efficiency, am I right? So the thing is that this is the fate of the United States. It's really as simple as this. Blue states tend not to vote for Trump. Red states tend to love Trump, so therefore you target the red states. Let's continue.
Cost of this for American families. Their homes will be more expensive with a 50% tariff on BC lumber. Their electricity will be more expensive with a 10% tariff on Canadian electricity. Filling up the gas tank will be more expensive with a 10% tariff on Canadian petroleum products. Their pasta will be more expensive with the tariff on Canadian wheat. Their farmers will be struggling with higher bills for the potash that they need to grow food for Americans with a 25% tariff on potash. This is foolish. It hurts Americans, it hurts Canadians, and it needs to stop.
No, is that while Trump supporters are going like, oh my God, we won online, I just love it when slowly they're gonna realize, oh no, we just made a critical error. There's gonna be videos coming out where people are just gonna be like, oh, prices are actually going up. my life is actually being affected for once. Oh God, I can't believe this has happened. Oh no, I can't believe. Yeah, it's happening. It's happening. It's time you take politics seriously. It's time that we actually take politics past this cult-like goofiness, to realize that Trump has been conning you the entire time, to separate your personality from Trump, to separate the fact that he is a manifestation of your wants and desires. He's not. He's only looking out for the ultra rich. He's only looking out for himself. This is what he wants to build, a legacy for himself, a dynasty of Trump supporters. The thing is that this is just the beginning. It's just the beginning. It's not going to stop until America's economy is viscerally destroyed. Viscerally destroyed. In fact, let's just take a quick look about what kind of products Canada is specifically targeting right now. You can clearly see here, below is the initial list of US products facing counter tariffs. We have cosmetics and body care, appliances and other household items, pulp and paper products. Oh, you know, good luck finding more toilet paper. I'm sure everybody wants COVID-2 to return where everyone was buying out toilet paper, but okay. Tires, good luck when you want to change a tire, I guess, if you're living in one of these red states. Well, including blue states, right? Furniture, wood products, right? I bet a lot of lumber also comes from Canada. With the list of tariffs being this long, I think it's also worth talking about. Okay, we're gonna have blue voters that are also gonna be affected. So yes, but the thing is we always thought that Canada was going to tariff the entire country in a counter tariff, overall blanket counter tariff. However, that's not true, right? Because Canada is again surgically targeting red states, stuff that they import into red states. Yes, that's true that Canada is still punishing blue states in a way because there isn't one state in the entire union that doesn't import some of these products, right? I'm sure people in California take a shower. So the thing is yes, us blue voters are also going to be impacted. But personally, that's something that I would have to bear with. This is something I accept. Yes, I am more than willing to accept my punishment, accept higher prices, and a worse living standard, just so we are able to say, yes, we've had enough. We've had enough. And I think that's an important message to send across, because the reality of the fact is that the world is sick and tired. The world is sick and tired of seeing the United States bully other countries around. It actually brings me to the most important point of why is Donald Trump doing this? Why is he doing this in the first place? I think the real reason is to economically weaken Canada to the point where Trump is able to annex it as the 51st state. This, to me, is a much better explanation than anything else that's going on. It's not about protecting American businesses. It's about capturing another piece of land for himself. This is something he's not willing to tell people, or has he? Because he actually did, didn't he? He actually wants Canada as the 51st state. This is something he actually wants. So the thing is that while he's telling people at home that he's protecting American interests, he's lying to you. He wants to secure something for his legacy. He wants to have dead Americans, so then he can actually secure, oh, this is my crowning achievement, the annexation of Canada. Tariffs on China, tariffs on other countries, and kowtowing to dictators. This behavior, this strong arming, is not sustainable. Well, number one, it's not ethical, but number two, it's even unsustainable. What country, by strong arming around like this, has lasted for this long? America is built more on diplomacy and mixed reactions. Strong arming might be a part of it, but it's only a part of our history. This is not sustainable. This is not it. We cannot sustain this behavior. And Trump himself has already found out, but he's not willing to admit to the American people that this is a legitimate problem. And you can't tell me that after all of this, Trump is still on your side. After cutting Veterans Affairs Department, countering counter tariffs from Canada, like, this is beyond the pale. This is something that affects all of us at this point. This is something that affects our neighbors. This is something that affects the world. Right now, the world is unified in one language, one slogan. The whole entire Western world. Fuck Donald Trump. Hello everybody, Foodshops here. Currently I have no internet, so obviously that's why you haven't seen me around streaming or uploading videos or something. Just want to let you guys know that I'm not gone, but I just want to give a quick take about the whole Harry Sisson stuff. I got sent this Twitter thread about the whole situation, maybe about 2 days ago, 3 days ago, or something like that. And I just want to say, this is some of the most retarded shit I've ever heard of, okay? This person was essentially canceled for being a fuckboy. And here's the thing, it doesn't matter if, you know, he's leading people on or something like that, but like, damn, you know, when you're a political actor and you have some stake in the whole political sphere and trying to like improve situations and all that stuff, we cannot be doing this, okay? We just cannot be canceling people over this, seriously, okay? Because right now we're at a critical mass moment where people are being deported. People are being locked up to be used as slaves, essentially, without due process. And meanwhile, the person who's carrying these out is a rapist, right? Trump, rapist. You know, you have all of these other rapists in the White House that are doing all of this stuff. So instead of canceling your fellow man, maybe you should just look past it. I'm serious. And the reason you should look past it, I mean, I'm not saying that you shouldn't confront them. Obviously, you should confront them. Maybe in person or something. Maybe you should go like, hey, by the way, I don't think what you're doing is okay. But this entire publicizing of things is totally cancerous, totally retarded, okay? It has to stop. It just has to stop. Okay? Because I was so impressed with how, you know, people like Dean Withers and Parker and stuff like that are managing to gain a lot of traction because of all of this debate fiasco stuff. But at the same time, you have situations like these where it just makes me feel sad because it feels like everything is on a really thin foundation, that people aren't just allowed to fuck around, right? Okay, here's the thing. If one of them raped somebody, like violently raped somebody, that's a completely different story, okay? But we're talking about women that are being led on, their nudes are being sent, trading nudes, right? And then basically, essentially what's happening is that's it. Right? That's literally it. Right? So you can't make this up. It's like, I'm sorry, were the nudes being leaked? Were the nudes being leaked to other people without consent? Is this a Destiny scenario? Because I can understand the Destiny scenario, okay? That shit's fucked up, all right? But whatever, this is not it, okay? This is actually not it. Now, just giving my general thoughts and why I think this is important as well, okay? Like, oh my god, Foodshops is returning back to slop tube, drama tube, you know, kind of stuff. No, that's not what I'm saying, okay? The reason why this is kind of important is because right now, media soft power is one of the most important things to have right now. You see Joe Rogan kind of being like a young man icon for the right. Joe Rogan, Asmongold, Elon Musk, these people like these are capturing young men everywhere. This is disturbing, okay? It's horrible. And the reality of the situation is that you can't afford to lose this entire like perspective that you have on young men. All right? This audience, this capturing the audience, because that's a different meaning, okay? But this kind of audience capture, okay? I'm just yapping at this point, okay? Whatever. And you have all of these people, all right, who are just looking for a dominant male role model. You have all of these people who are basically like total sissies. Like we have very feminine men on the left, and it's not good. Well, I mean it's fine, but there needs to be masculine role models on the left. And I'm afraid this entire situation is not going to improve it. The thing is that by publicly succeeding and by publicly canceling when all this stuff is going on shows that you don't actually care. Because together can you only make a difference in order to try and influence policies that will actually affect women in a good way to save Planned Parenthood, to save abortion, to save Roe v. Wade, and to get like these fucking rapists out of our fucking White House. So this is not it. All right? Yeah, like again, this kind of makes me more black-pilled on the entire situation. I'm not gonna lie, sorry, this entire video is also unedited, so that's also my bad, okay? But yeah, it makes me black-pilled. It's not good. Yeah, we gotta do something about it, basically. All right, I think woman is the problem. Okay, I think women hold too much power in the progressive space, and this is coming from somebody who is like women presenting, whatever. I'm transgender, it doesn't matter. Okay, but this is coming from these people. Like, okay, I'm sorry that you're rich and you don't need to worry about anything, and then you can just like go to another state to get an abortion. But not all of us are so lucky. Not all of us are so rich with rich families. These like rich, progressive women need to stop. Okay, they just need to stop. Stop doing this. All right, whatever this is this cringe of the highest variety. It's a sickness. Okay, it's a sickness. All right. Look, please. There needs to be thicker skin. Seriously. Okay? Okay. Young men love voting conservative. We can't have this. We just can't. And yeah, really, that's about it. Just a quick video. Yeah, I'm still moving in, trying to get my Wi-Fi set up, but once the Wi-Fi is set up, I'll be going back to streaming. Yeah, I'll be going back to making videos. But other than that, you know, have a good one, guys. All right, bye. I think at this point, would I be confident in calling Brianna Wu a grifter? Honestly, I think I kind of would. I'm really torn on the Department of Education stuff. Basically, Trump is ripping up the Department of Education. Conservatives have been trying to get rid of the Department of Education for quite some time. So this is basically what we're looking at. Hello, Toaster Cleaner. So we're right now we're covering Brianna Wu, okay? So she says, I'm really torn on the Department of Education stuff. On one hand, I'm from Mississippi. Growing up, courts came into every single classroom to count the number of black students and white students. That was because without federal oversight, racial integration would have been rolled backwards. I think there are school districts in the United States where you need to make sure ideas like evolution are being taught. On the other, there are unquestionably a fringe political project in our schools, spearheaded by well-meaning progressives, but is doing things like telling 5-year-olds they can design their own biological gender. So I'm not surprised Trump intends to dismantle it. Okay. I don't know if that is actually what the Department of Education is meant to do. I don't think they're trying to teach people if they can design their own biological gender. I think that is misleading. We can actually do some research. Does the Department of Education encourage transgender ideology? Like, I'm not entirely sure what she is talking about here. The Department of Education told employees to end support for transgender students. The U.S. Department of Education told employees late Friday that it will end all programs, contracts, and policies that fail to affirm. This is 2025, February 8th. And all programs that fail to affirm the reality of biological sex, carrying out President Donald Trump's vow to restrict transgender rights. The broad language in the email did not specify which programs or policies would be impacted or how many schools or students might be affected. But the order appears designed to target programs that in recent years supported transgender students, school-based mental health services and support for homeless students, for example. How so? So, what is the school-based mental... Okay, this doesn't really tell me much. I don't care about the grants. In recent years, U.S. Department of Education Toolkit. Okay, we can search up keyword trans. Including students who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender. Recent data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention show that LGBTQ and transgender youth experience more bullying and violence, and as a result of stigmatization and discrimination, are more likely to experience depression and other mental health challenges than their peers. This resource includes examples of policies and practices that schools and districts can consider developing to support LGBTQI students and families. It also highlights federal resources that schools, students, and parents may find helpful in working to ensure that all students are free to learn in an educational environment without harassment or other discrimination. Protecting queer students from book bans that create a hostile environment. Okay. I'm a little confused. Which can she please cite what it means to doing things like telling 5-year-olds they can design their own biological gender? I'm curious what she means by this. Does it mean that they feel kind of uncomfortable with their given gender? And then they go up to a teacher and then they're like, hey, you know, I'm kind of uncomfortable. And then they kind of design their own gender and that's it? Like really early signs of gender dysphoria? Or does it mean something else? Because I'm not entirely sure what Brianna Wu is referring to here. In my opinion, if I have to be honest, I think that Brianna Wu cannot stop thinking about non-binary people. Because she has always been not really pro non-binary people, but she has always been critical. Let's just say gender critical, okay? A little bit gender critical of non-binary people. Like trying to do the whole conservative thing of making fun of the 74 genders or whatever. So this has happened. Jennifer Marriott, just come out and say fuck them special needs kids, Brianna. It saves us all time. Literally the opposite of my point. Your point is that without any proof, you think schools are pushing an agenda on gender you disagree with. The Department of Education does not have any say in curriculum, but parents and school boards do. If a school district is teaching about gender, it would have to be approved by the local school board, and it would have been done in public. Spend some time volunteering in a school before you start with the MAGA obsession about kids and their gender. I think this is correct. I don't think schools can actually do anything by teaching students about transgender related things. I don't think there is actually any widespread indoctrination of transgender kids into the whole like trans ideology. So yeah, I don't actually see any proof of this happening. The fact that she's even putting this tweet out in the first place kind of goes to show that it feels as though she's trying to grift on this train. She's trying to grift on the train of this current huge red tsunami that's happening, right? Because we see people like Asmongold, Rev Says Desu, and other YouTubers that are currently riding the red wave in order to gain more clout, right? Like, for example, Asmongold, you know, haven't really created that many political videos in the past whatsoever. He has talked about politics. He has talked about politics with Destiny as well. But recently, you know, he's made a really big turn towards the right. And that always tells me that maybe he finds it opportune to actually convert to the right because he feels like he can earn a lot of clout, attention, and subscribers that way, right? Especially since, you know, the conservative movement is absolutely rifled with Gamergate rhetoric, right? Gamergate is like one of these things that kind of leaked into the mainstream media, in my opinion. Yeah. So yeah, again, like if Brianna Wu is going to come out and say these kinds of things, she better bring evidence to the table. Otherwise, I think she's just doing typically what she does, right? This entire grifting thing. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure Brianna Wu also defended Vosh until it was not time to defend Vosh or something. She also defended Keffels, which doesn't really look good on your track record, right? She has also went after me, right? After I hosted a panel about her beef with President Sunday. So there's many things that Brianna Wu has done that I overall do not trust. In addition, I have also talked to her in private where she is just pretty much trying to bully other people. The way that she talks in private is also really weird. To people who she perceives to be below her, she'll always be condescending. But to people who are above, she is always reverent of them. So this kind of goes to show this kind of inconsistent way of treating people that kind of points more in line with her being a grifter. Now, the thing is that when we label people on whether or not they are grifting Hassan behavior, yes, exactly. If we were to label people on whether or not they're grifting, I think that we have to assess it the same way as we do to stuff like depression or fascism. Basically, there is no one line that you cross that would categorize you into that space, right? Like for as long as enough signs match up, as long as enough symptoms match up, then you can pretty much designate them as a grifter. Yes, like you can never ever get concrete evidence that somebody says in a group chat where they leak it and they say, yeah, you know what, I don't actually care about the content that I put out. The only thing I care about is attention, and I care about money, right? Yeah, again, you'll find that nobody actually admits to stuff like that. So this is why you kind of have to find signs, right? And again, it feels as though that she doesn't really recognize the other good things that the Department of Education does. Again, anti-discrimination is one. Providing funding to schools is another, right? Conservatives want to defund public schools in order to make private schools and boarding schools more popular. So again, we just see like behavior like this, and it just makes me think twice about Brianna Wu, you know? And, you know, I don't even think I owe her any charitability either, considering, you know, the kinds of stuff that she has done to me in the past. Okay, with that being said, okay, that's all I want to cover for Brianna Wu, okay? So let's move on to something a little bit more a little bit more active. Let's just say that, okay? All right, let's see what's up, okay? Brianna Wu was warm up. Crumbs! Assassin's Creed Shadows isn't the hit Ubisoft desperately needs, analyst says. Assassin's Creed Shadow is selling well, but it's reportedly tracking behind Assassin's Creed Valhalla and falls short of 2025 hits like Split Fiction. Assassin's Creed, our game is out. I don't get it. Guys, I don't get this, okay? I actually don't get this. Can somebody explain this to me? Maybe I'm being a retard, okay? Fuck it. I'll admit it. Maybe I'm being a fucking retard, okay? Maybe I don't actually understand what the fuck the joke is, alright? Oh, I get it now! Oh my god, okay. Holy shit. Holy shit. We're talking about Grum's unreleased games, where Grums has essentially scammed his own fans and viewers, not viewers, just fans, I guess, on the games that he's supposed to be released. Fuck! Fuck, that's smart as hell! What the fuck, dude? Oh, it's so fucking over, dude. It's actually so fucking over.
You've waited way too long to try and scrape off your shower curtain, and now you're just gonna have to toss it in the garbage. He's best known in the gaming industry as the man who bankrupted and got fired from his own game studio, after somehow spending $3 million on a bus to promote the free-to-play game Firefall, which he had made by the people from Pimp My Ride. The bus, not the game. The game was made by actual developers, while Grums sat back and said, make it more shooty! However, he's best known on social media as the Stellar Blade Petition Guy. You see, Grums is a Gamergate supporter. He thinks video games are too woke now. And so, when a non-woke game was finally announced, Stellar Blade, featuring a hot anime robot girl with ass and titty jiggle physics, he was pretty excited. Until the studio decided to censor it by adding about an inch of cloth to a couple of outfits as seen in the original trailer or a demo or something. They never censored actually released content. But this caused him to create a petition on change.org titled Free Stellar Blade, which he...
No way, dude. I didn't even know about that. Yeah, like, does he actually just make his money from Twitter now?
I want to shift gears now and talk about Ember, because the concept of accountability should be a consistent principle regardless of whether or not you agree with someone's personal politics. And from where I'm standing, there is not a consistent level of criticism between these two projects.
Dude, why is this art as if it's from like a bad porn game? Dude.
Projects, despite multiple very striking similarities that really shouldn't be ignored. Here's the background. Ember is a spiritual successor to Firefall, which is a failed MMO-style game from Red 5 Studios that released in 2014. The story of Firefall is a pretty messy one, but one of the key aspects is disjointed development. If you scroll the employee reviews on Glassdoor, for example, you'll find things like this, which is indicative of company culture.
Direction company led by a troll. Pros, some of the leaders had experience at Blizzard. Their game is pretty. Cons, Mark Kern is the CEO. They don't really have a good idea on what they're doing with their game. They hire people for short-term needs promising the world. Then they fire you as soon as they are done using you. The company lies a lot about everything and anything. Most of the founders have already quit. They underpay. Advice to management: just shut the company down. The window of opportunity has passed already. Go baking back to Blizzard for your old jobs.
Some of which even reference Mark Kern by name. Quote, cons, Mark Kern is the CEO. They don't really have a good idea on what they are doing with their game. They hire people for short-term needs, promising the world, and the company lies a lot about everything and anything. End quote. There's more, much more, and to be clear, I do not believe that the entire failure of Red 5 Studios can be laid squarely at the feet of Grums, Mark Kern. But these employee reviews do appear to be somewhat credible, especially when you read things like this, quote, entire departments believe in only their own visions, not what is good for the company. There is a video division that does nothing to promote the game that Red 5 is developing. Instead, they are filming frat boy humor videos that are high school quality at best most of the time, end quote. That may seem random, but it's true. frat boy promo videos were absolutely being made, such as this one in the background right now, with an entire musical number about what it's like working at Red 5 Studios as a bunch of people just get drunk and party. To be clear, I'm not saying companies can't have a laid-back, fun-type atmosphere, but all of it goes hand in hand with the criticism levied by prior employees and exemplifies a lot of the possible issues regarding irresponsible decision-making, which is a bit of a theme here. Now, at this point, I want to make it very clear that a lot of the information, video material, and screenshots that I'll be showcasing were investigated and gathered initially by another.
This entire thing just looks ripe for the next sexual accident that will happen at the company. This looks like an HR disaster waiting to happen.
Another YouTuber named McDizzle Gaming. I'll have his YouTube channel and Twitter linked down below in the description so people can go check him out. I think he's done a lot of good work here, and I also interviewed him pretty extensively in the lead up to this video in order to get as much context as possible. So yeah, he's done some excellent work. You can find his social media profiles linked down below. Back on task. Firefall was a $250,000 in 2016. Exiting and pretty clearly trying to make the game fail subsequently by encouraging the entire community to stop supporting it all over social media so that he might possibly buy the intellectual property dirt cheap later on after it failed. He got hit with a tax lien.
Okay, so you guys can kind of get the point, okay? So basically, he is a failed game developer who is somehow so bad at producing video games and so incompetent at leading development for video games that he has never actually released any video game of his own accord. And he goes on in order to bash other video games and other game developers that have actually released their game by virtue signaling to the anti-SJW crowd. So he is actually apparently one of the biggest problems when it comes to grifting off of anti-woke stuff, because everything Grums represents is what Rev Says Desu also does, which in turn is what Asmongold watches. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, Asmongold is the greatest person ever, okay? I forgot that today was Asmongold Defense Day, okay? Okay. So Grums is the physical and mental and emotional spiritual embodiment of anti-woke grifting. All right, that's all you need to know. Okay, so obviously Grums has to grift off of Assassin's Creed Shadows, where Assassin's Creed Shadows is being targeted by anti-woke crowd because, well, of Yasuke, and because of other things, like the alleged disrespecting of Japanese culture and stuff like that. By the way, if you're Japanese and you feel offended by the destroying of altars in the game, you are a fucking snowflake, alright? You are cringe. You are also part of the anti-woke problem, okay? I don't give a fuck if one of your shrines are destroyed in the game, okay? It's a fucking video game. Get a grip on yourselves, okay? Nobody cares. So, obviously, the anti-woke crowd is a huge fan of Japanese culture. By huge fan, I don't mean actually respecting Japanese culture. I don't mean actually doing any of the research to look into Japanese culture. I mean body pillows. I mean worshipping lolly art. I mean complaining, like glorifying Japanese lack of censorship or something, even though like they have plenty of censorship. And glorifying the country as a whole. All right? Belle, I'm so sad. Why are you sad? But yeah. But also, just remember to the anti-woke crowd, one Japanese person's opinion will always be greater than the opinion of one SJW in the West, okay? They are not, they're Japanese, it's everything that these anti-woke people ask for is that they are essentially Japanese supremacists, okay? they will place every Japanese opinion above the opinions of everybody else, and it is epic cringe. All right, you may think that this is putting Japanese people higher on a pedestal, when in reality it is actually dehumanizing them in every way. All right, they'll comment that Japanese diet is focused on stupid temple destruction and shadows instead of modernizing and promoting remote work to keep elderly in the workforce. You know what? Okay, I just want to say this, all right? I know that Bell comment is Japanese, okay? So, like, again, this is like... Sorry, I'm tokenizing you. I am tokenizing Bell comment, okay? I am currently in the process of tokenizing her, okay? So, Japan has one of the most rampant and horrible workplace cultures and workplace practices in the world, all right? To say that it is a capitalist dystopia is an understatement. The only place that is probably worse than that place for like capitalist workplaces and toxic cultures is probably South Korea, but that's saying something, okay? That's saying something, and probably comparable to China as well. A lot of these Eastern Asian places share the same kinds of toxic work cultures where you work nonstop, you live in an internet cafe kind of cubicle place, you eat cup noodles, and you have a mental breakdown while walking your way to work in Tokyo downtown, okay? This is the reality after you pass your college exams, get into college, and get out, okay? You become a workaholic. All right? So I love how, and again, this is a good point too, because I love how instead of these anti-woke people pointing out the toxic workplace cultures, like even as a gamer, a fraud, Elon Musk's sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he is promoting a terrible game just for the money. Assassin's Creed. Is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you? True. Okay. So again, this is referencing the fact that Elon Musk literally got some dude, no-life dude, probably the richest no-life dude ever, to play his Path of Exile 2 account. All right. So we have a grifter who is trying to call out another grifter. Great. That's just amazing. This is the state of discourse on the internet, and we are all pawns in this game of life. Our game is out. That's beautiful. 6 hours ago. Schedule 1 is, and it has you beat nearly 3-1. Yeah, but like, Grums did not make Schedule 1. I'm sorry. Is Schedule 1 your game? But Assassin's Creed is Assassin's Creed game, right? Bros replies in reply to Assassin's Creed official, but outcooks their best slop on the timeline. Are you not entertained? Yeah. Grok, on a scale of 10 out of 10, how sick is this burn? Nice. And then we have Grok literally going in and roasting. Let's break down the burn in the Assassin's Creed post to Elon Musk and rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is a weak jab and 10 is a scorching takedown. The post in question from Assassin's Creed at 21:35 UTC on March 25th, 2025 says, Elon Musk grums Ubisoft, is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you? This is a direct response to Musk's earlier comment calling the streamer Hassan a sellout for promoting Assassin's Creed Shadows and labeling the game terrible. Analysis of the burn. Holy! It's so... It even has like fucking detailed explanation on how severe the burn is. That's crazy. Hello guys, Foodshops here. Another day of not having the internet set up, all right? But regardless, you know that I love talking about politics. I love talking about the news. And I love talking about drama. So then, I'm gonna make one of these videos anyway. This time, I actually have it down here. I have it in my little notebook where I put who I want to get rid of. All right. But regardless, yeah, you're seeing the ultra rare, the incredibly rare glasses Foodshops right now. Okay, the glasses Foodshops. All right. So apparently, in the law world, there is a very prominent lawyer firm, okay, called Paul Weiss. Okay, Paul Weiss. They have thousands of lawyers, and what's known about this law firm is that they have a lot of Democratic lawyers. So they typically fight for the Democrats. Now, we run into a problem because here, what Trump has done is that he has issued executive orders to cut off security clearance and to disassociate this law firm from working with the federal government. Now, normally when this happens, law firms will want to fight back because it's illegal. They want to challenge it in court. And now is a more opportune time to fight back than ever because a lot of federal judges are not ruling in Trump's favor because Trump is currently trying to take power away from the courts so then he can have it. And the judicial branch is not going to take very kindly to that. So, yeah, I don't know why the glasses are like lopsided, but whatever. Okay, not a big deal. But instead of fighting it, what Paul Weiss has essentially done is that they have capitulated to the Trump administration. They have given Trump a free $40 million worth of lawyer services to Trump. So they have betrayed us, essentially. And in a way, they have kind of betrayed democracy. Now the thing is that after this happened, Trump rescinded the executive orders. So it's as plain as day. The corruption is as plain as day, all right? What Trump is essentially telling these lawyers is that if you go against me, I will sabotage your business until you are willing to work with me and I'll support your business. It's corruption. This is literally extortion, corruption, extortion, whatever. Okay? So these spineless, okay, this firm, all right, is like working at Google as a lawyer, all right? Just want to let you know, this is essentially like working at Google. So we see all of these, groups and organizations, businesses that try to make a profit, capitulating to Trump, which is very worrisome because one of the biggest signs of authoritarianism is all of these companies, capitulating to autocratic people in order to gain a business advantage or to make sure their business does not fail. Much respect to all the law firms out there who are willing to fight Trump, but this one, and it's like seeing Google law capitulating to Trump. It's really big, all right? And it's really disappointing to see because, it's not, they're not weak whatsoever, all right? They're one of the finest law firms in the world. So, yeah, Paul Weiss. So again, it's pretty bad, all right? Now, we'll see what happens. But again, I just want to lay it out very clearly. We have a lawyer firm that's been targeted by Donald Trump because currently all the battles that are happening right now for our democracy is happening in the courts. Okay, so you need to be caught up on this. Yeah, I would highly recommend Paul Cohen's, Tyler Cohen, Tyler Cohen, whatever's legal review, his entire legal review thing, with his fellow lawyer friend. All right, I would highly recommend that. Now, with that being said, let's talk about Asmongold next. Okay. Oh, actually, no. Let's go over one last time about what happened. All right. Lawyer firm gets targeted by executive order. Lawyer firm capitulates to Trump and then gives him free services. Trump then rescinds the executive's order. They gave in to a terrorist demand. Okay, that's what happened. Okay, let's talk about Asmongold. All right, so Asmongold essentially responded to Hutch. Okay, Hutch is a political commentator, and Asmongold responded to him. And as you guys well know, I love catching up on Asmongold slop. So this is something that I love talking about as well. Asmongold talks about January 6th. He talks about how these people have suffered punishments that may seem a little bit too extreme, 4 years in prison or 4 years in jail or something like that, which is really funny because these are the people who have essentially attacked cops. They caused cops to, literally commit suicide. And now what has happened is that this is not equal. All right. I think Hutch also points this out. Because you have people who are willing to attack cops, to try to overthrow democracy, to try to stall the process of Pence verifying the votes, okay? And before you go, okay, but this was 4 years ago. Okay, stop. If somebody killed somebody 4 years ago, would you say that they're let go? If a serial killer is still free for 20 years and nobody knows where they are, would you still let them go? You wouldn't let them go, right? So you have these migrants, undocumented migrants. Sure, they're undocumented, but they haven't done anything like attack cops who are being sent to El Salvador for maximum security for slave labor, essentially, where the death rate in that prison, I've heard, is 10%. It's pretty high. So you have innocent permanent residents in the United States who are possibly going to die in these work camps. All right, in El Salvador. Meanwhile, as Asmongold cheers them on for going to these camps, you have people who are January 6ers who Asmongold defends, who are not being deported, who are not being jailed right now, who are not being, anything. They've been let go. This is not law and order. This is not rule of law or whatever, okay? Again, this is selective. This is selective stuff that Asmongold is doing, okay? It's not anything fair. It's nothing fair about this. So needless to say, Hutch is 100% in the right in this situation, okay? Asmongold, I feel like Asmongold knows that he's wrong, but he's too afraid to admit it, or he's refuses to do enough research. Because once you actually look into the facts yourself, just do yourself a favor, look into the facts yourself, all right? See what these January 6ers that were pardoned have done, and then compare that to the undocumented migrants that have not done anything that are being sent there to the El Salvadorian, like the soccer player, right? So we have that happening right now. The Hutch versus Asmongold beef. I don't want to call it a beef. It's kind of like a small exchange. It's kind of like what happened between me and Asmongold, So, yeah, we have that happening, all right? Okay, let's talk about Ukraine for a moment, okay? I'm just going to be honest right here. Putin has to go, okay? And you might be wondering, what do you mean by that, Foodshops? You know exactly what I mean. He has to go, all right? The thing is that I want to make this extremely clear. Appeasement is not peace, okay? A ceasefire for a short amount of time or peace for 4 years is not peace. Appeasement is not peace. The peace in appeasement is spelled with an S. It's not spelled with a C, all right? So the thing is that the glass is incredibly thin for Putin, all right? With all dictators and with everything that they do, a lot of it is built on insecurity, right? Paranoia, insecurity. A lot of dictators do not meet pleasant ends. And the thing is that I think that this is not sustainable for Putin. All right, it's just straight up not. As you have oligarchs who are under Putin, who are going to be more aspirational in terms of ambition, and they want to, get more. You're also going to see them formulating plans to backstab Putin. You're going to see military soldiers that are not going to be pleased with the conditions in war right now, who are going to be backstabbing Putin. All right. And one has happened already. The rebellion earlier on that's been put down. Okay. And ultimately, these are, again, built on insecurities. All right. Putin is paranoid that things will happen to him. And he is giving in to his insecurities to want to capture more land, bring back the old USSR or whatever. All right. But I just want to say that it really sucks to have a president in the United States capitulate to a dictator. All right. In every single way, he is acting like a Russian asset would. All right. Weakening Canada to try to take it over, weakening Mexico, making sure Russia gets what they want. All right. Again, appeasement is not peace. All right. It's just not. It's not peace. It's just not. Peace is what happens when Russia voluntarily stops, pays back what they have done to Ukraine, all the shelling that they did, all the attacking that they have done, pays back what they did. And that's it. All right? And to make sure to keep paying back until everything is fixed. That is peace. That is proper peace. That's what happened after World War I when Germany was demanded to. That's what happened after World War II after Germany was also demanded to fix things. All right? So, you know, as long as Putin is in power, he will always try to find ways to destabilize the West. This will always happen. And it doesn't help that Trump is now on his side. Okay? Again, I'm just going to say this again. This may be the end of our Western democracy. All right? And trust me, I have looked at the signs. I've looked at, you know, what's going on, what's happening, you know, all that stuff. All right? And things do not look good for us. Things definitely do not look good. However, I just want to say hope is not lost. The federal judges are hitting back harder than ever. I have never heard of federal judges hitting back this hard before. The wording that they have given is clearly something along the lines of, in public, you Trump lawyers have talked about X, but when you come into a private courtroom, you give Y, which clearly tells me that you guys are not being honest. Not being honest. So this is the fastest rulings I can ever give, and you guys are wrong. And when you lose credibility as a lawyer, that could be a nail in the coffin for your career. Because, and somebody can correct me on this, a criticism from a judge, a federal judge at that, can get you disbarred. Okay? It can get you disbarred. So you have a lot of these Trump lawyers who are willing to throw in their 2 cents with Trump, who are going to come crashing down, just like Rudy Giuliani. Okay? So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Trump might be running out of legal ammunition. Okay? We don't know. We don't know. Okay? Yeah, that's about it. Hopefully I can get the internet back up and running tomorrow. You know, they've apparently canceled like the technician that's willing to come over. I don't know why they canceled that. I never told them to cancel, but you know, they canceled it. But you know, regardless, I hope to see you guys soon. I hope to, you know, stream again because streaming is fun. Video making is fun. I love doing these things. I love, you know, covering Asmongold because it's fun. All right, I love covering Revsi's Desu because it's fun. All right, and yeah, I'll see you guys later. Okay. All right. Goodbye. Subscribe to see more. Okay. Bye. See ya.
We got this dude over here going over here, and what's he gonna do? He's gonna go out of his way to do what? Walk across the street to just spit on a car. That's what he did. Like he went.
Okay, you make fun of this guy. But this guy represents my level of pettiness, okay? Okay, I totally support this guy's pettiness. He is so petty. He is so real for that, okay? You know he is so real for that. His pettiness I feel it in my spirit, okay? This is how petty I feel sometimes as well.
This guy
okay?
had like freaking radar on him. And by the way, who is this? This is a white dude. The same guy who's the oppressor, right?
Newer generations aren't as propagandized as what we currently have. And it always makes me think back to when Bezmenov said that, like, even if we started right here, right now, when he was interviewed in the 80s, it's still going to take multiple generations to undo the Marxist programming in the generations that they've already had.
Can somebody please explain, instead of just vaguely pointing at Marxist programming, what Marxist programming actually is, how it works, What are the aspects of Marxist programming, the details? How does a specific person get indoctrinated into Marxist programming? Can somebody please explain these concepts instead of just vaguely gesturing and pretending that it's like some kind of big conspiracy?
And reinstill American values and the American point of view in those generations of American children. And that was the 80s, and we never started doing that, and it's only gotten worse.
Man, so true. It's crazy. But as you said, they see themselves as the victim, right? They're.
Do you guys just see these people gaslighting themselves? And do you guys see how they gas each other up in these like cognitive dissonant circles where they just circle jerk each other and jerk each other off about how correct each other are? And how like, oh my gosh, look at these degen lefties. Oh my gosh, just look at them. Ew.
The good guys in this. And then they put out like analogies like this, where they're like,
wrong way, and it's eventually going to just continue escalating.
People are obviously broken, and I can't think of a better example of this clip from The Daily Show. Did you see this clip that was where they were talking about this?
And they were like cheering for the domestic terrorism?
Yes. Let's take a look at this. Blabs, have you seen this yet?
No, I haven't actually. I know he kind of looks like discount Chris Evans.
He does. He does have discount Chris Evans on. By the way, Blabs, you are back. You're now.
I know. Yay! That's why I removed my 140p. Come back.
Welcome back.
Jim, they're taking to the streets or the parking lots.
Tonight, the FBI and ATF now investigating multiple cases of possible arson targeting Teslas and Cybertrucks.
This dramatic video shows multiple cars in flames. Police say the attacker used Molotov cocktails. It's the latest in more.
Wait, weren't the side scrollers about gaming stuff? Even when we were talking about anti-woke stuff, this seems way out for them. No, the whole Tesla's burning thing is like within the gaming stuff now. Yeah, apparently this is like where the anti-woke gaming crowd is like starting to delve into politics, is the whole like fucking Tesla cars on fire bullshit. Yeah, I don't understand why the right is defending big tech so much. I know the hypocrisy that's going on. Okay, if you were to connect Tesla protests to ritual child abuse. Do you guys remember when they were saying a pizza parlor was hosting pedophile, like they were hosting a pedophile ring, and then a person literally showed up in person and blasted a hole in a wall or something? Do you guys remember when that happened and then everybody just conveniently forgot about it?
More than a dozen instances of arson and vandalism targeting Tesla.
The same suspect shot more Teslas with a gun. Tesla Cybertrucks were set on fire in Kansas City, and earlier this month, shots fired.
Isn't that like hella illegal to fire a gun like that in a like what's the word I'm looking for? Like an urban area like this, like a city area?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Good question. Pizzagate gunman sentenced to 4 years in prison. A North Carolina man who fired an AR-15 rifle inside a pizza restaurant in Washington, D.C., the city, last year, as he was investigating a baseless conspiracy theory, has been sentenced to 4 years in prison. Edgar Madison Welch pleaded guilty in March to federal charges of assault with a dangerous weapon and transporting a firearm over state lines. The case is seen as a clear example of the potential real-world consequences of fake news stories. During the sentencing hearing Thursday, U.S. District Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson stressed that Welch's actions literally left psychological wreckage. The Associated Press reported the unfounded Pizzagate internet rumor at the center of this case accused the Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria of being the home of a satanic child sex abuse ring involving top Democrats such as Hillary Clinton. Speculation and fabrications tied to the bizarre conspiracy theory have been relentlessly circulated by politically motivated fringe sites. Welch heard about the conspiracy theory last December and spent 3 days reading about it and watching videos, according to a statement that was part of his plea agreement. He then decided to go investigate the matter himself. The defendant then took it upon himself to act in what he believed would be a violent confrontation at the restaurant, the statement reads. Welch unsuccessfully attempted to try to persuade friends to join him. He said he believed it would involve sacrificing the lives of a few for the lives of many, according to court documents. Welch then drove to Washington and entered Comet Ping Pong, where numerous children were present. He was brandishing the 3-foot-long rifle and had a loaded revolver in a holster on his hip. Employees and clients fled the pizzeria, while Welch looked around the restaurant and moved furniture. He terrified an employee who inadvertently returned to the restaurant during his investigation, briefly pointing a gun at him before the employee ran for his life. Welch also shot through the lock of a closet, damaging a computer. Nobody was injured, and he ultimately surrendered to the police. Wow! So, you know, I'm kind of glad that Kirsch brought this up of shooting in an urban area being very illegal, all right? Wow, I can't believe that only the left would do violence. I can't believe only the left would do violence. I can't believe the right would never do violence, never do something as horrible to a private enterprise, to a private shop, as Tesla burnings. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's so insane. I'm so glad the right is so peaceful. I'm so glad the right wing in America is like the most peaceful, you know, faction, the most peaceful political spectrum people ever.
1000%. You can't just go in and pop a cap anywhere you want. It is illegal. Yes.
They're like, but that's what I see in my TV
Whoa.
shows. Everybody uses guns like this.
Wow.
Right.
That's
Here we go right here.
crazy.
Trucks
Just out
on
of curiosity,
fire,
but what would happen if this a list of all the people who attended that screening, you know, where they're all clapping? What would happen if their names got out there? They wouldn't like that very much, now would they?
Oh, that would be scary and dangerous and terrible.
I like how for the right wing, every single time something crazy happens, they just conveniently forget about it instantly. But when the Tesla burnings happen, oh no, we gotta talk about this for the next 4 years. Hillary Clinton's emails, oh, we gotta talk about this for the next 4 years. And cede every ground to the conservatives. Fuck that shit. Don't play by their game, okay? Fuck that shit. Whenever the left does something horrible, you do the same exact tactic as the right does, okay? You fucking deny it, you revert it, you talk about something else, all right? This is like, they have done the same tactic and it has worked excellently for them. They have won elections out of it, okay? This needs to fucking stop, all right? So, no, you shouldn't play by their rules.
Heuristic of them.
Right. Really, that's really harmful and dangerous of you to even speak like that, Blabs.
Yes, it's
Really
weird, right?
crazy.
Just wondering
This
how,
is-
like, if the roles were reversed, how would they react? I'm just curious.
This is one thing that makes me a little, like, upset as well, because there are people on our side who, when we're like, yeah, we're kind of
Cry
sick of
about
being attacked in this manner, so here, if you're going to make a list of us, let's make a list of you. And then people on our side will be like, whoa, 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 you can't do that. That's not fair. We have to make...
Cry about it, you fucking stupid-ass bimbo loser.
sure we're doing things completely 100% fairly and without looking for legal loopholes, and we gotta do everything by the book, and it's like, I don't think you understand how warfare fucking works.
Right.
Kirsch is that crazy bitch you leave after one date. Kirsch is the #1 contributor to lesbian domestic abuse. All right? Kirsch, stay away, okay? Kirsch is the statistic contributor, all right?
Unacceptable. You are putting a target on people, right? And
As if
that's how we
equals
got to where we are
DEI,
now
yeah.
with all the fucking insanity. You know, obviously, with Gamergate 2 and everything. It's true. It's very, very true. But I want to show you the end of this, Blabs, because look, this host is. I'm sure he's reading this off. He's listening to this, but listen to what he says at the end.
Trucks on fire in Seattle.
Wow, you guys like petty acts of domestic terrorism, huh?
And that's exactly what this is. This is literally domestic terrorism. It's not
and
a
it's being
boycott.
celebrated on late night TV show that millions of people watch.
I'm just gonna say it right now, based, okay? Based, okay? Late night TV shows celebrating this shit, fucking based, okay? Do you know why? It isn't because it's actually based. It isn't because you actually believe in it. It's because you shouldn't cede a single fucking ground to these dipshit inbred losers, okay? These dipshit cum dripping out of their mouth slothful losers, alright? Because I 100%, I will tell you guys this right now. They made fun of Paul Pelosi being bashed in with a hammer, alright? They were talking about Pizzagate. They were talking about Pizzagate until the one guy drove up to the pizza restaurant and blasted a rifle in its wall, alright? They were talking about the election fraud until they were literally raiding the Capitol building. So actually fucking based. Yes, actually I do think it's fucking based that these late night shows are celebrating acts of so-called domestic terrorism, okay? I actually think this is a good thing. Yes, I do actually think this is a good thing. Yes. Because it goes to show, because now you're putting these motherfuckers on the defensive. You are now on the offensive. By putting these motherfuckers, these disingenuous, loser, grifter motherfuckers on the defensive, they automatically are now in a position to cede ground to you. Yes. It's strategic. Yeah. You should only play by the rules when the other side is playing by the rules. And as far as I'm concerned, the right wing has broken the rules first. Not only have they broken the rules first, but they have broken the rules first repeatedly. Like a bunch of dipshit, loser cowards who don't play by the rules. So why the fuck should these late night shows who make fun of Teslas being burned play by the rules as well? Fuck off with that bullshit. Yes, they should be celebrating it. Yes. Good.
This is not a resistance. These are not revolutionary
in Minecraft
fighters. These are people supported and applauded by those in power because they're being useful idiots for these people's, like, ideological goals. The ones on the ground burning these places down aren't going to see any semblance of power. They're not going to see their lives improved. They've been lied to. And that's not to, like, feel bad for them, because absolutely I do not. But it's like they're not intelligent enough to understand how they're being used, unfortunately.
Mm-mm. It's honestly insane. It's insane to see, and the fact that they're.
Do you guys notice how by doing this, now suddenly these same right-wingers, these same dipshit, cowardly, spineless right-wingers are literally using the same language that liberals use? Do you guys notice it? In Elden Ring? Okay, in Elden Ring. Like, do you notice how, like, when they say things are insane, oh my gosh, I can't believe these people are acting this way. Do you guys see how they are acting in the exact same way that us left-wingers have been acting on the defensive for years? For years, we've been on the fucking defensive? Fuck you, dude. We get to be the immoral ones now, alright? Fuck off.
So brain dead and so broken. You're right. I don't know how many years, like this just may be called the lost generation. We have the greatest generation. We may have the lost generation. And I think that's totally fair to call them that, because they're going to be wandering through life just like they're wandering the last 3 months, wondering, you know, what the hell happened? Their entire worldview has shifted.
Well, that's why I ask, like, how do you undo the brainwashing? Because these people aren't going to let us just say, well, we're done with your ideology now, let us bring back American values. They're not going to go out without a fight, just like Trump's executive orders, right? They're not going out without a fight trying to remain in favor of DEI. They're saying everything's fine, especially in the private sector. You don't have to accommodate the executive orders. They're fighting it legally. They're changing language to try and make sure that they loophole around, you know, the legal definitions of things to continue doing their work. These are not people that will just give up. And so it's like, if they're going to continue fighting, if they're not going to be able to like live and let live, as it were, like just let me grill and play video games, what are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to come to any sort of consensus with these people? It's sad to think about.
And we all know many people who have been gone in and they've been broken. They have been broken, and they will never return back to sanity. I did want to close with this one last little clip here that I saw, and I think it ties into all this here. This is a clip of this person here. Apparently this person is big on TikTok. I did not expect for them to have this voice. Said, "Oh, I've known many punks who feel this exact same way," and I think we all do, don't we?
It is actually crazy how they're just like, yeah, we are the counterculture by.
What a bunch of fucking losers. I think from now on we should also follow side scrollers. I think we should hunt side scrollers for different opinions. For different stupid ass takes that they give. Hold on. Side scrollers. This is Grifter Watch, okay? I'm Foodshops, you're currently watching Grifter Watch.